Mais ça c'est pour ça.
Diallo. Allô? Oui. On vous entend pas. Vous avez commencé à parler. On vous entend bien.
Oui, allô, Rodrigue. Est-ce que vous nous entendez?
Bonjour, monsieur Batiné.
Ah, tu nous attends, attends.
Mais il y a de l'écho en fait.
Ah, il dit qu'il y a de l'écho. Il dit qu'il y a de l'écho.
Allô? Monsieur Batiné.
Oui. Celui-là. C'est à quoi ça venait? Oui. Ah, d'accord.
Est-ce que vous le voyez?
Ah, d'accord, bon, ils disent qu'ils te voient. Ah, voilà, donc ça commence à venir.
Oui. Il y a beaucoup d'écho. Bon, il dit qu'il y a beaucoup d'écho. Il y a beaucoup d'écho.
Ah, Audrey, il dit d'essayer de parler. Tu nous entends? Allô?
Je vais l'appeler sur WhatsApp. Rodrigue. Pas dit d'essayer de parler, quoi.
Bon, il dit qu'il parle, mais apparemment vous ne l'entendez pas.
Oui, allô? Ouais, il dit qu'il parle, mais apparemment vous l'entendez pas ici. Qu'il parle, il est en train de parler.
Allô?
Allô? Tu n'entends toujours pas, hein? Oui, moi je t'entends. D'accord, je suis en train de...
le petit câble de la
Ah oui. Allô, ok. Je vais demander je vais demander aux participants qui sont au fond de la salle de bien vouloir s'approcher.
May the participants at the back of the room move forward and take the seats in front. I would also like to test the translation kits.
So if you're listening in French, it is 2. If you're listening in English, it is 1. Pour l'anglais.
So the English is channel 1 and French channel 2. I don't know if you're hearing the interpretation for those who are using headsets.
Là, on est en train de tester. Alors, évidemment,
obviously, when I speak, you hear me speak in French, so you should be hearing the English if you are using the headset. Now, if you can hear the interpreter's voice, please let me know. You are not hearing. Can you hear? You're hearing the English. Is it okay? Can you hear the English? But if I'm speaking English, you will have to change your channel to listen to the French. If I'm speaking English, you should switch channels in order to listen to me. In French. So thank you for moving forward. So we're going to start in a jiffy. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, je vous prie de bien vouloir accueillir la délégation officielle dirigée par Monsieur le ministre.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the official delegation that is led by the Minister in charge of Environment and Sustainable Development, accompanied by the Minister of Plan.
FIT, as we're giving a warm welcome to the official delegation. And normally we should give them a round of applause. It is warmer, c'est plus chaleureux ainsi. Merci de bien vouloir vous asseoir.
You may be seated.
Mesdames, Messieurs, bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are live on the various social media, and we're here today in Abidjan on occasion of the African Knowledge Exchange. We'll be here for 4 days talking about the 15 years of impact and to share lessons that have been learned over these 15 years by the climate investment funds. Thank you for staying with us until the end of the ceremony. Honorable Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, Madam Minister of Planning and Development, Madam CEO of the Climate Investment Funds, Mr. Honorable Minister of Energy, Green Growth, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. There's a question that arises. Is climate change a reality for the population? The answer is yes, of course. So we are recording a change in seasons. We are witnessing floods and storms. The populations are seeing the rising of the sea levels. We are under the impression that the situation is irreversible, and yet there are solutions that exist. Ladies and gentlemen, during 15 years, the climate investment funds have had 15 years of experience, of a vision of innovative climate change and impact. And today, in Abidjan, we'll learn even more on what has been done over the 15 years and what still has to be done with the members of the government, with the representatives of states of several African countries, and with the members of the civil society and the representatives of the donor community and multilateral development banks. We're going to exchange in these 4 days to know better the lessons that we've learned over the 15 years that have just gone by. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to salute the representative of the Minister, the Director of the Cabinet, with a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, to start the speeches, I would like to welcome here the Vice President in charge of electricity, energy of the African Development Bank, which is co-hosting this event. That is Mr. Kevin Kariuki.
Honorable Minister Niale Kaba, Minister for Planning and Governor for the African Development Bank, Honorable Minister for Environment, Mafalda Duarte, Head of the CIF Administration Unit, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I welcome you to Abidjan. Although I'm not the host, I welcome you to Abidjan in my own capacity. Akwaba, as they say here in Cote d'Ivoire, the home of the African Development Bank. I also wish to convey President Adesina's greetings and join him in congratulating CIF for 15 years of operation and the launch of new programs which we hope to hear more about in the coming days. The climate investment funds have been a big part of our climate change success story, and we are delighted to have the opportunity to reflect and celebrate on our growing partnerships. Today, I would like to address myself to two topics: the criticality of climate finance for Africa and our partnership with CIFs. To start with, Africa has contributed the least to greenhouse gas emissions, a mere 3% of historical contributions. Yet, the continent bears the brunt of the impact of climate change. Increasingly, devastating tropical storms, floods, and droughts have become commonplace. Moreover, it is the continent most vulnerable to adverse impacts of climate change, but also has the least adaptive capacity. You would expect that based on the circumstances that I described, Africa would attract significant climate finance. No. On the contrary, Africa accounts for only 3% of global climate finance, which amounted to US $20 billion in 2020. This pales poorly with up to 1.6 trillion, or an average of 127 billion per year, that the bank's 2022 Africa Economic Outlook estimates to be required to meet the continent's aggregated nationally determined contributions through 2030. To further contextualize and highlight the criticality of climate finance on the continent, Africa already incurs between $7 to $15 billion per year due to climate change impacts. IMF projects that this number could rise to as much as $50 billion per year by 2030. Additionally, the 2022 Africa Economic Outlook projects that the continent loses between 5 and 15% of gross domestic product to climate change impacts. But why are we in this situation? Among the reasons cited for Africa's limited access to climate finance include that the global climate finance architecture is complex and resource intensive. Secondly, we are told of weak absorption and limited implementation capacity among governments, which leads to inability to develop bankable adaptation and mitigation projects. There is also the reason for limited coordination amongst relevant agencies and nationally designated authorities for climate funds. For example, the ministries of finance and those of environment need to devise integrated climate-informed development action policies. This collaboration is hardly there. But I'm happy to see today we have the Minister for Planning and the Minister for Environment in our midst. There is also the lack of prioritization of climate finance in national development plans in the light of competing development needs amidst widening fiscal deficit and post-COVID-19 recovery efforts. And this is why the African Development Bank is prioritizing and leveraging on its convening power and access to concession funds and grants, including CIFs, to scale up and flexible construction capital to mobilize, to mobilize increased climate finance for our member countries through, amongst other, the following initiatives. The first initiative is that the bank has committed to doubling its climate finance to $25 billion by 2025 by allocating at least 40% of our investment as climate finance. You may wonder how we are faring. Last year we actually allocated 45% of our investments as climate finance. Secondly, there is the partnership with the Global Center on Adaptation, in which we have committed to mobilize a further $12.5 billion specifically for adaptation. We have also committed to increasing Africa's access to climate finance from the current 3% to 10% by 2030 through the implementation of our new climate change and green growth framework. We have also established a dedicated climate action window as part of our ADF 16, our bank's conditional window replenishment. We have already received, as we speak today, pledges of $429 million against a $4 billion target by 2026. Moreover, we are piloting, again with the help of CIFS, an adaptation benefits mechanism for trading in certified adaptation benefits to contribute towards the cost of adapting to climate change. We are also championing an approach in which special drawing rights allocated to willing developed nations can be reallocated to African countries through prescribed holders such as the African Development Bank to finance climate resilience, development and just energy transitions on the continent. These measures, as well as the programs being launched by CIF or CIF, will make a big contribution in bridging the climate finance gap on the continent. Going back to the AFDB relationship with CIF, apart from Mafalda being a former bank staff, and I often tease her that she's actually on sabbatical to CIF, the bank has been active under all four of CIF programs. The Clean Technology Fund, the pilot program for climate resilience, the Forest Investment Program, and scaling renewable energy programs, which have derived major outcomes, including over 70 projects, including the 510 megawatt new Wazizate in Morocco, which is the world's largest concentrated solar power plant, and have benefited from over $1 billion from the CIF programs. These resources have been complemented by around $2.3 billion of AFDB's own resources to develop over 3,000 megawatts of renewable energy capacity. Secondly, the early funding from CIF for climate projects in Africa has helped the Climate Change and Green Growth Department develop into a world-class team that is much admired globally in driving climate action, especially adaptation on the continent. Thirdly, through CIF's country-driven programs, the bank has supported 27 countries, which is 50% of Africa's number of countries in Africa, in developing climate-informed and indeed Paris-aligned investment plans. In my view, these investment plans were well ahead of their time and have helped to set the standard for bankable projects that are expected to emanate from contemporary long-term strategies, nationally determined contribution, and national adaptation plans. Fourthly, of course, we didn't do this on our own. The CIF called on MDBs to work together to develop investment plans and work in areas which spoke to each MDB's comparative advantages. CIF facilitated the bank to work closely with climate teams from the World Bank and the International Finance Corporation. Hence, CIFs fostered partnerships amongst MDBs during the development of investment plans and helped to forge working relationships, thereby strengthening, for example, the MDB Climate Change Working Group, which has which has been key in helping MDBs to work together to agree on common positions and approaches on issues such as reporting on climate finance and our joint approach to the Paris alignment. Lastly, the climate investment funds have provided the bank with resources to build capacity in areas such as gender and the just energy transition, the results of which you will hear more about in the just transition session on Wednesday. We like to think that the investment funds have provided the bank with resources to build we like to think that the climate investment funds were created by the MDBs and for MDBs and its member countries. In this regard, I can say without any fear of contradiction that CIFS has distinguished itself as one of its kind, Africa's partner of choice for mobilizing concession resources for climate change projects. We are therefore grateful that the initial idea of climate investment funds sunsetting once the Green Climate Fund, GCF, was operationalized did not come to pass. Instead, some CIF members have replenished, or donors have replenished the funds and asked CIF to develop a range of new programs such as the Accelerated Coal Transition, or ACT, which is working in South Africa, Renewable Energy Initiative, Nature, People, Climate, and industrial decarbonization and climate-smart urbanization. In my mind, CIFS, GCF, and GEF, as well as the Adaptation Fund, can be complementary and enhance the flexibility of financing arrangements. Lastly, allow me to highlight two more areas of collaboration. We are proud to be closely associated with the development of CIF, a capital market mechanism, which will raise bonds to reinvest the Clean Technology Fund projects based on reflows from existing CTF portfolio. The CIF capital market mechanism will allow the capital markets to finance future projects in more sustainable and less donor-dependent way, utilizing private sector capital. We are also assisting the Trust Fund Committee and MDB Committee in negotiating a new hosting arrangement with the World Bank. Both initiatives will help shape the CIF for the future and unlock new opportunities for CIF, the MDBs, and most importantly, the regional member countries, who require substantial resources to meet their climate action agendas. And finally, I understand that for those who are still here at 5 p.m. on Thursday afternoon, you will hear more about a proposal to create a new loss and damage fund within CIF. This, I must observe, is typical of CIF. Always nimble, smart, and to the point. Let me stop here and thank you very much for your kind consideration.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'était là.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the statement by Dr. Kevin Koryoki, Vice President of the African Development Bank, in charge of electricity, energy, climate change, and green growth. He's focused on the bank's vision on climate changes and talked about and said climate finance is something very important, and has congratulated the CIF for their support, and has also announced a mechanism for green bonds that will be created. Ladies and gentlemen, this regional forum is taking place in Côte d'Ivoire, and we are very pleased that the CIF chose to Abidjan to host this event. Madam CEO, thank you very much. I would like to give you the floor, and can she be applauded, please, Madam Duarte.
Ça marche? Oui. Bonjour à tous.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Côte d'Ivoire, though it's not my country. However, I am delighted to be here. It is the first time I am visiting Côte d'Ivoire, and I was telling the Honorable Minister this morning that I have worked for several years in Africa, and I've lived in Africa for about 10 years, But this is really my first ever visit to Cote d'Ivoire, and I am really pleased to be here. Pardon my French. I'm trying. The people are so hospitable, an incredible, welcoming people. I'd also like to thank the government of Cote d'Ivoire and the African Development Bank for hosting us here today. And I believe we'll have 4 days of sharing knowledge, and I hope you like it and you make the most of it when you head back to your respective countries. Having said that, I'm going to switch into English, if you would allow me to.
VP Kevin said it almost all. I almost felt like I don't have a lot more to say right now, but I'll try to complement what he said. I don't think anybody in this room doubts the challenge that we are facing in terms of climate change globally, in Africa in particular. And of course, I think we all understand that we have to work together. And we have to work together from an investment perspective, but work together by doing this type of activities as well, coming together and learning from each other and exchanging, so that we can actually draw from the lessons and experiences of other countries and try to bring them back to your own countries and to your own practices and investments. That's always been one of the key mandates of the CIF since its inception, since it was established in 2008, was to provide large-scale, predictable, flexible resources, concessional, the type of concessional resources that are not easily available, but not just bring that. It was about bringing that, having the banks work together with the countries, non-state actors in private sector, but also being what we call the learning laboratory, un laboratoire de connaissances. Because we were ahead, like VP Kevin said, we were established in 2008. In 2008, there were very few climate investments in developing countries. In 2008, I always like to say as well, if you remember, 2008 was a year of financial crisis, of a global financial crisis. So it was a context that it was even more difficult to see investments in areas that were not really that well known and understood before. And when these funds were established, and the multilateral development banks, as partners of choice in terms of development in developing countries, were asked to work together as a system and work with the countries, work with developing countries, to really spearhead investments that hadn't necessarily been seen before in these countries. And this was not just on the energy sector, this was across the board. This is why from inception, in the context of the climate investment funds, we did establish 2 windows or areas of investment that were more targeted at energy and transport, but we also established 2 other programs, which is what we are discussing. We'll be discussing these 4 days, which was about climate resilience and sustainable forest management. And believe it or not, it's been 15 years. It's hard to believe. So with this background, and again, I think VP Kevin mentioned a lot of important data points. We like to think, or it's not even we like to think, it's our position that we will win this climate change fight in developing countries. Thank you. I think sometimes people actually don't realize that in developing countries is where 60% of GDP is. It's where most of the infrastructure investments will occur in the years and decades to come. It is where we will see most of the population globally. It's always, I find some data points to be interesting and illustrative. And one that caught my attention was the fact that 60% of the land that is supposed to become urban in developing countries, it's still to be developed. And there are trillions of dollars worth of infrastructure investments that need to happen because that's what's required for the countries to attain their development goals. Well, these infrastructure developments, they really need to take low carbon and climate resilience into account. Otherwise, there's no way we are going to meet this climate challenge. And there's no way that we will be able to support the population of these countries, meet their aspirations, their development goals, and be well prepared to cope with climate change impacts. Now, nature. We're going to be talking quite a bit about nature. And in Africa, much like in the rest of the world, when we think about nature, we are facing with a triple threat. Whether we realize it or not, we lose 24 billion tons of fertile soil, 24 billion tons of fertile soil, and 12 million hectares of land every year. And this is in a world, of course, where the population is growing, and of course this population will need to be fed. This represents a cost to the world economy of around $10 trillion. And then Minister of Environment of Ivory Coast, myself, and VP Kevin were just in Gabon in the One Forest Summit last week, and there was a lot of discussion around biodiversity, climate and biodiversity. And we have to understand that nature and forests provide a lot of services to us, many services to us, but forests host 70%, in fact, tropical forests host 70% of the terrestrial world's plant and animal species. 70%. So this is a big threat to us humans in this planet. The way we are allowing this degradation of our nature and the loss of forests, the degradation of the land, and the loss of fertile soil in a planet where population is growing. But we also know as well that we have more than 1.5 billion people that are dependent on forests, for example, for their livelihoods. Many of these are indigenous people. And it's also well known that indigenous people and local communities are the best stewards of forests. And then, of course, we have the challenge of finance. And VP Kevin also illustrated with some numbers. We are not financing sufficiently any of the sectors of the economy that requires investment if we are to tackle climate change. But forestry and agriculture and landscapes is even, I think the gap is even more significant. And I think a lot of studies and analysis have been prepared in the recent years to really try to underscore the financing gap in this area, and certainly even more recently when it comes to biodiversity. And of course, Africa is, as VP Kevin said as well, clearly not receiving a really small fraction of this finance, which is already very insufficient globally. An interesting data point on forestry. And despite the very vast potential of forests, commercial investments in forestry have nearly grounded to a halt across Africa over the course of the past decade. Since 2000, which I find interesting data points here, the commercial private sector has established only about 125,000 hectares of new plantations, and smallholders have planted only around 250,000 hectares. And if this, was already quite small and insufficient, government-owned forests have shrunk by approximately 100,000 hectares during the same period. So we really need to scale up the investments in these sectors. There's a big need from all perspectives, from a development, from a climate change perspective, from a biodiversity perspective. These investments really need to be significantly scaled up. We, through our forest program and the pilot program for climate resilience, which is, the focus of these 4 days of knowledge event, we have been pioneering investments. Again, as I said, that weren't really seen, they hadn't been seen in developing countries. In the forest program, we are working with more than 20 countries. We have around $800 million of funding, and let's understand, and all of you here know SIF, or at least 90% of you know SIF. Because we are here with people that have been implementing these programs throughout the continent, African continent. Our resources are expected to be catalytic, mobilize the other resources from the multilateral development banks, from other bilateral partners, from governments, from private sector. Through this program, we are working in the reduction of 30 million tons of CO2 equivalent, and Africa actually is leading the way. Out of this 30 million, 18 million tons comes from Africa, from our Africa portfolio. We are supporting 45 million hectares of land to be brought into sustainable practices and improving the livelihoods of 2.1 million people. In the pilot program for climate resilience, with our around $1.2 billion, we are supporting 28 countries and 2 regions in the Caribbean and Pacific, and we expect 40.5 million people to benefit from these investments and be better able to cope with the climate impacts. Let me just, and of course there's other colleagues here that would be better placed than me to speak about this example, but given that we are in Ivory Coast, in Côte d'Ivoire, and we will actually be visiting some of these investments tomorrow, which I think is really important to see what is actually happening and hearing from the people that are actually implementing and benefiting from these projects. So in Côte d'Ivoire, in the past 60 years, 90% of the forest surface has disappeared. This is the data that I have here. It's pretty startling. And so what some of the investments that we are supporting here in Côte d'Ivoire, we partnered, for example, with Malawi, an Ivorian women-led association, to restore highly degraded gazetted forests. So this association is composed of hundreds of women who plant native tree species that are suitable for fuel production, and they implement the Tongia, I'm sure I'm not saying it correctly, agroforestry system. So through this system, women plant agricultural food crops such as cassava, maize, yam, banana, and peanuts among the forest trees, and while the later mature and take over the land. And in its first year, it covered over 5,000 hectares in sustainable land practices. So these are contributing to improve women's livelihoods through the sales of charcoal that are produced sustainably and the sales of agricultural products from this agroforestry method. It promotes long-term land use security in government-owned land and food and income for these rural women in these projected targeted zones. We have other examples. We will hear from Honorable Minister of Burkina Faso. This is another country that doesn't really, when one thinks about forests, one doesn't necessarily think about Burkina Faso. And we fought hard with the government to actually have Burkina Faso benefit from our program. But again, a very solid program we have in Burkina Faso, which is not only protecting their type of forests, but also driving livelihoods, enhancement of livelihoods, and significant impact on food insecurity. When we did the evaluations of those projects, that was one of the things that I was really, really pleased with, is the impact on food insecurity. I'm not going to talk about, we have many examples, very interesting examples in our portfolio, of course, but I want to talk about one of the reasons why we are here as well, which is we really want to take stock of what has happened in our forestry program and resilience program and bring that to bear in the new program that we have launched last year, Nature, People, and Climate Program. So we have decided to, because these things are also not separate, we have decided, with the support, of course, of our board and all key stakeholders, including the multilateral development banks, our implementing partners, to launch this new program. Because we've also understood that forests, they don't exist in a vacuum in the natural world. And so solutions will also not exist in a vacuum. We have to really promote and support investments that are taking a more holistic approach across the landscape. So we want to work, we will be working, not with all countries. We've run an expression of interest for countries. We've run a prioritization process. And as we receive more capital over time, we look forward to being able to support other countries. But one interesting thing about this program is that most of the expressions of interest came from Africa. The large majority of the expressions of interest to benefit from these resources and implement these resources came from Africa. And we are very pleased that in the first group of countries that have been selected, we have Kenya, we have Egypt, and we actually have, for the first time, a regional program tackling challenges in one of the big basins in the African continent, the Zambezi Basin. So we will be supporting investments in Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, Namibia, and Tanzania. So we are very excited about this program. We really hope that this program, along with the others that we've launched last year and the year before that VP Kevin mentioned, that we can continue to pioneer and demonstrate to others, to the broader community, the types of investments that really bring about significant development impact and climate results as well. We will continue to do what we are doing here today, which we have been doing systematically over time, which is to bring the countries together, to learn with our implementing partners and other stakeholders. I, myself, and my team, of course, sincerely hope that you benefit from these 4 days, not just the project visit tomorrow, but in the days to come, we'll be talking about themes that are really critical and that we have been placing a lot of emphasis on. How do we really drive transformational impact? How do we do things in a way that is not just one more good project that we have in a specific country? How do we, through our investments, really start catalyzing significant change in the institutions, in behavior, in the types of investments, in the way the investments are done? Just transition, VP Kevin also mentioned it, is another area that we are paying a lot of attention to. There's a session dedicated on just transition. How do we ensure that in the new world that we are trying to establish, we are not leaving significant amount of people behind which are really exposed to these risks, these transition risks? How do we do that? It's another very important point. And certainly there's a lot of discussion right now on nature-based solutions and biodiversity. I think there's a lot this week. It will continue to be, these discussions will continue. How do we really think about nature in this holistic way, and what are the types of investments that we need to be focusing on so that we really achieve these triple goals of development, climate, and really social inclusion as well. So I thank you all very much. I'll be with you today and tomorrow, and on Wednesday as well, because it's International Women's Day, so it's my pleasure to really be here in Ivory Coast and celebrate with African and other women International Women's Day. But I sincerely hope that you make the most and that you actually find it very meaningful. Thank you very much.
C'était la présentation de Madame Mafa.
That was a presentation of the CEO of the Climate Investment Funds, and that is Ms. Mafalda Duarte. And let me recall the operative expression. We will win. We will win our war against climate change in Africa. Thank you for all the energy. She has worked us through the plans and also fed us back on what has been done over the course of the last 15 years. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to be in Cote d'Ivoire, and we need institutional support. And to that regard, Cote d'Ivoire has made tangible efforts. We've seen the development of agroforestry, afforestation, the national determined contributions, and the Minister of the Environment and Sustainable Development is here. The Director of the Chief of Staff of the Prime Minister's Office is here. Thank you for showing up. So please welcome the Minister of the Environment and Sustainable Development of Cote d'Ivoire, Mr. Jean-Luc Assé. the Honorable Minister of Planning and Development, the Director of the Climate Investment Funds, the Vice President of the African Development Bank, Mr. Kiran Kariuki, the Chief of Staff of the Office of the Prime Minister, Mr. Traoré Karim, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of the Economy, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment of Zambia, Mr. John Zimuko, all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I am indeed greatly honored and pleased to take the floor before you this morning on behalf of His Excellency President Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, and Prime Minister Patrick Aschi, Head of Government, to welcome you in our traditional Akwaba, which in Africa means you are home here. I would like to thank you for attending this important event, and which have been drummed by our traditional drums. I'd like to especially thank Ms. Mafalda Duarte, the CEO of the Climate Investment Funds, who did not relent in selecting our country for the holding of this event. This is actually a moment of knowledge exchange and sharing notions of the 17 African countries that received the support of the Climate Investment Funds over the last 15 years. By the same token, allow me to extend my gratitude to the African Development Bank as co-host or convener of this important event and all the financial and technical partners in attendance. I would also like to thank all those who worked toward the hosting of this important meeting at the Ibri Lagoon. Ladies and gentlemen, here we are today, gathered to step back and to look back at the 15 years of the journey with the Climate Investment Funds for the implementation of the projects, including the PPCR and the NPCIP. It is a turning point in our relationship between our country and the Climate Investment Funds, as it is the first time that the CIF is hosting such an event in Africa. Cote d'Ivoire is honored to host this event through the active and productive solidarity of African countries that are recipients of the support of the CIF and all the partners. Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 4 days, from the 6th through the 9th of March, we shall share experiences and lessons from the 15 years of experience, and the learning will focus on the experience of the Climate Investment Program and the pilot program for climate resilience, as well as a focus on nature, people, and climate investment program of the Climate Investment Funds. It will be an opportunity to share on the following topics: the urgency of climate financing for Africa, financing climate financing rather in Africa, the experience of the CIF, and enhancing climate financing in Africa. What future? All of these topics will be led by climate experts from governments, international organizations, the private sector, and civil society. On the 7th of March, the focus will be on field trips, and 2 sites have been identified. You will discover the beauty of the heartland of Cote d'Ivoire and some projects, including PIF and GDM. I would like, on behalf of us all, to thank all the panelists for accepting to be part of this CIF event in Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, our countries have received support from the pilot program and are at various levels of implementation, and the outcomes will be presented at the various stands that we'll have the opportunity to visit this afternoon. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, by way of a reminder, our relationship with the CIF offers me the opportunity to say that considering the significant recession of its forest cover, Côte d'Ivoire sought and received funding from the climate investment funds to operationalize its forest management program and greenhouse gas emissions caused by forest degradation. And after the preparatory phase of RED Plus, the CIF supported Côte d'Ivoire in financing phases 1 and 2 of the forest investment program, and a donation to the local communities amounting to $177 million. So at this juncture, I would like to share with you some salient points of the productive collaboration between Côte d'Ivoire and the climate investment funds. The implementation of these projects have enabled Côte d'Ivoire to design its national RED Plus strategy, to initiate the design of participatory forestry management plans that are significantly led by local communities, and to implement 20,000 hectares of cocoa agroforestry and reforestation with the involvement of women, the development of forest parks, which would be the largest in West Africa, and lastly, to initiate MOUs with women's associations and partners for the public-private management of classified forests. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, regarding the progress that has been made with the support of the CIF, allow me once again, on behalf of President Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, to thank sincerely all the partners and funders of the United Nations system. Obviously, the United Nations system in Côte d'Ivoire, the European Union, and all those entities that have lent their support in fighting climate change, and especially to regrow the forest of Côte d'Ivoire and achieve carbon neutrality. Vote of thanks, rather, goes to Ms. Mafalda Duarte, the CEO of the Climate Investment Funds, who did not relent for Côte d'Ivoire to host this event. So through you, CEO, I'd like to thank all the staff of the Climate Investment Funds who worked closely with the staff of my ministry for the success of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, let me recall that in compliance with the Paris Agreement on Climate, Côte d'Ivoire revised in 2022 its nationally determined contributions by raising its targets to from 28.5% to 30.41% over the next 6 years. And the key drivers of greenhouse gases are waste, energy, and forestry, and 5 focus areas that are strongly vulnerable were identified, including water, agriculture, aquaculture, and animal breeding, forestry, land use, health, and coastal areas. So the funding gap of the CIF contained in the nationally determined contributions amount to $22 million, $10 million for mitigation, and 12 for mitigation. As to the implementation of the roadmap and the climate commitment, domestic efforts have been made in compliance with the National Development Plan 2020 through 2025, and our focus is on the private sector for the mobilization of 70% of the requisite income or revenue. Plus, Côte d'Ivoire is depending on other organizations and entities involved in climate finance, such as the Global Environment Facility, the Green Climate Fund, with the support of implementing agencies like the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the UNDP, the West African Development Bank, and the United Nations Office in Côte d'Ivoire. Before concluding my statement, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to once again thank the Climate Investment Funds, the African Development, the World Bank, and the African Development Bank for their financial and technical support, which is going by the day for climate resilience that has been clearly demonstrated by Côte d'Ivoire. I'd also like to thank all the organizers of this important event, and to you, all of you here in attendance, for having honored the invitation or graced this event. I wish full success to your deliberations, and it is on this note of great wide hope that I declare open the Africa Knowledge Exchange, sharing lessons on 15 years of the CIF with African countries, and thank you for your kind and keen attention.
Mesdames et Messieurs, Monsieur Jean-Luc Assis.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jean-Luc Assis, the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development, that has talked about the progress of Côte d'Ivoire, but also mentioned the quality of a partnership between Côte d'Ivoire and the CIF, and who also thanked the organizers of this event for having chosen Côte d'Ivoire as the venue. We'll soon be talking about strengthening financing of climate finance in Africa with its ministerial partners, and amongst them we have remotely the Minister of Congo in charge of the forestry economy, the Minister Kabore in charge of environment ministry in Burkina Faso, and the CEO of SIF. We also have Mr. Moko, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Green Economy for Zambia. But before that, we would like to have group photos. So I would like to invite the personalities, the VIPs that are sitting around the chair of the ceremony, the Minister of Environment, to join us on the rostrum for official group photograph that will mark the launch of this 4-day event. Thank you.
Oui, je vais vous inviter à monter sur le podium.
Please, can you come up to the rostrum? Thank you.
On va essayer de ne... Voilà, bon. C'est bon. La photo officielle de l'Africa Knowledge Exchange à Abidjan, sharing lessons on 15 years of impact. Bien sûr, les échanges seront très enrichissants. On aimerait...
Discussions will be enriching. We would like that the Minister and the Chief of Staff are with us. We hope so. I don't know if it will be possible, but we will plead with you because your contributions will be very important during these discussions. So I am sending out a plea. I hope it works. Very well then. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Environment. Stay with us. We would like to salute his presence and for having accompanied the Minister of Planning as well as the Chief of Staff. Thank you for everything. So we're going to take our seats. I'm going to moderate this. I'll be moderating this panel, and for greater visibility, please can we take away this lectern, and can the panelists take their seats? For starters, I want to be sure that we have Minister Kabore with us. Good morning, Honorable Minister. So we'll do a little test. He's appearing by video conference. So we want to make sure that Minister Matondo is also with us. Madam Minister, can you hear us? Minister Matondo. Please just give us a few moments for us to sort out the small technical glitches, and I'm sure technology will make it possible for us to be together to overcome the challenge of distance. Minister Kabore, can you hear us from Abidjan? Yes, I can hear you. Well, something miraculous has just happened. We're hearing you in the hall too. So thank you for being there. Dr. Matondo, right in Congo. Can you hear us? Yes, we can also see you, Dr. Kabore. Now we can see you. I want to make sure that Mrs. Matondo is hearing us and that we're receiving feedback. So we are going to start. Can we hear from Minister Matondo in Congo? If we can hear her, we will start. If we can't hear her, we will start all the same. Is she on? Well, we have a network problem. Well, the idea is for us to start already. So I will invite here in person we have Mr. John Musi Muko, who is the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of the Economy, of the Green Economy of Zambia. Thank you for welcoming him, ladies and gentlemen. And I will shift my chair in order to be able to see the places for everyone in the event that there are other invitees that come at the last minute. I would also like to invite the CEO of FIP, Madam Mafala Duarte. I'll try to come closer. Mr. Permanent Secretary, good morning. Please speak into your microphone. I will try to test the translation, the interpretation, if it's working now. I would simply ask you a question for us to start. Now, who or what is Permanent Secretary in the ministry? What is your role? Because I know that you are in the presence of other permanent secretaries in other ministries. So, Dr. Kabore, I would also like to ask you if you're hearing the French translation. Yes? I can hear you.
Thank you very much. My name is John Zunko. I'm the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment in Zambia. My role, of course, is
The French come through.
relatively new ministry, which brings together all functions that relates to environment,
Yeah, it's coming through here. But this...
In short. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kabore, were you hearing the French interpretation? Did you hear it? Dr. Kabore. I suppose he heard. Now, a question to you, Dr. Kabore. What lessons have you learned from your experience in the financing with the CIF? Today we're talking about feedback from your experience. So what is your feedback? Thank you very much. I would like, before anything else, to thank all the organizers that made it possible for the organization of this event, so that the various countries that were beneficiaries of this important support can share their various experiences. And I would like to thank all the panelists, and to thank particularly Madame Mafada Duarte, the CEO of CIF, for the quality of our partnerships. It must be said that between the CIF administrative unit and Burkina Faso, as you said so clearly, it's a high-quality partnership of about 15 years, and we hope that this partnership will be enduring given the outcomes that we have produced together. However, all of this can only be possible if the various donors make it possible for the administrative unit of CIF to support the various programs and projects in our country. And this is our wish, as I said, because we have demonstrated transformational results on the field that have made it possible for us to draw a number of lessons therefrom. The first lesson today, as a silent country, is that the implementation of the RED Plus in a silent country is a reality. Some years ago, very few, I repeat, very few took a silent country seriously when they engaged or they embarked on this RED Plus process. Today, through various approaches, the approach of decentralized management, community management, the approach of management of value chains, through all of this, as a silent country, we have been able to show that RED Plus is possible, RED Plus is feasible in a silent country. And today we have Senegal that is drawing experience from the Burkina Faso experience within a framework of this RED Plus. We received a Malian delegation to that effect as well. The second lesson, which is very important, is that forests can only be preserved if all the users are involved in their management. And I believe that whether it is in Cote d'Ivoire or in Burkina Faso or anywhere else for that matter, all the actors and stakeholders must be involved in the preservation of forests. Whether you are public structures of the state, whether you are civil society organization, whether you are territorial communities, or whether you are users, the landowners, etc., etc., forests can only be conserved if all the users are involved in the management thereof. And the third experience or lesson that we drew from this process, there's the REDD+ in Burkina Faso, is that we secure the borders of our investments. In fact, land conflicts is a reality, but the best way of conserving forests is to ensure that land tenure is a reality. If this is not a reality, I can guarantee to you that investments, the various investments, will always be called into question. So this is a lesson that we drew, and we're working today to ensure that we secure land tenure just like we secure all our various investments. Another experience that we can draw from the implementation of the REDD+ in our country is the programmatic approach. As you are aware, the sustainable management of forests is not an issue that will cover 2 or 3 or 4 years. We will need a transformational vision of communities. And this transformational vision, we can have it only through a good approach, through a visionary approach, through a programmatic approach. And this is also an important lesson that we drew from the REDD+ process in our country. And one other experience that we learned, which I think is very important, is, well, as you know, we are in a context of territories where the sustainability of the various interventions could also be built on our capacity to prevent or to avoid future conflicts. If we don't have this capacity to anticipate in our communities, well, we could put in place a REDD+, but the REDD+ will not be sustainable, because it's the same local communities today that have to drive it. It's the same local communities that ultimately must drive all the investments. It's the same local communities that must be ensuring the implementation of REDD+ in our country. So these very quickly are the lessons, the few lessons that we drew from the implementation of REDD+ in our countries. And I believe that when all this, that with all these results, all these lessons that we have learned, well, we had the benefit of the support of the World Bank, up to $25 million to scale the various approaches, to scale up the various approaches, that is, approaches that have to do with the centralized management of forestry resources, approach that has to do with the community management and the value chain approach, as well as classified or gazetted areas. So these are the lessons that we learned in the implementation of the REDD+ in Burkina Faso, that is a silent country. Thank you very much, Dr. Kabore. Thank you for your feedback from your experience. But just hang on for some time. Can you give us some figures on what you achieved in the area of conservation of forests? What percentage of progress did you achieve, so that we can draw inspiration from that here in Abidjan? Naturally, there are figures, as I said, at the various areas, whether at the level of the sustainable management of forests or at the level of the income generating activities, or at the level of the stock breeding, securing land. We can give some indicators. We have 12 forests that are being managed, and they have a land area of 284,000 hectares. This land is well ring-fenced. As you know, in our countries, forests were gazetted well before the independence years. Today, there are few forests that were gazetted that have been registered, such that with the increase of the population, with the agricultural use of land, there's a lot of pressure on this gazetted forest. And what is true of Burkina Faso will also be true of Cote d'Ivoire. And the best way of ring-fencing this gazetted forest, especially the investments that we have made there, will be to register those forests. And this is a very complicated exercise because you need to negotiate, you need to exchange with the territorial local communities, with the landowners in order to register the 5 gazetted forests today. And these 5 forests have a land area of 205,419 hectares. So this is a very important exercise which we chalk up to the success of the process. And then the number, there are 70 gracelands that were developed, covering a land area of about 200,000 hectares. We also have activities that involve women and that will make women to reduce their pressure on forestry resources. I can also indicate the land area of forest stands that are protected. They amount to 165 hectares. Dr. Kabore, when we listen to you, we are under the impression that Burkina Faso is transforming itself literally. Indeed, yes. Yes, indeed, I agree with you. And I think that all those that have visited our fields, our lands, like Burkina Faso, like Senegal, CSOs, etc., can testify to this. Like I said, since we started this process, we've developed what we called community interest projects that see the involvement of the local communities, whether we're dealing with stock breeding, with the scaling of agriculture, or the promotion of income-generating activities, or whether we're talking about the use of forestry products, or that is non-wood forestry products. So at the level of local communities, at a level of, given what we have achieved there, in fact, we have made lots of effort, and we are building the management of these forestry resources. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kabore. This is very encouraging, and we need to encourage Mr. Mutsko. We have seen the situation in Burkina Faso. We've seen that in their country, there's the forests are under pressure. We have seen that there has been forestry degradation, and we've seen the kind of pressure that they face. Now, Mr. Permanent Secretary, what is the experience of Zambia? Which are the problems that are at the root of the displacement of people, of poverty? What is the impact of climate change in your country?
Countries and partners to share experiences of our challenges with regards to climate change and related subjects. Like any other country, Zambia has not been spared from the negative effects of climate change, and as a result, of course, this has increased the levels of poverty, as well as the ability of the government to provide for other social economic services. So I will just talk about what we have been doing and also what we would like to do going forward. To try and address these issues, we have worked quite seriously on our legal and policy framework. First and foremost, we are implementing the 8th National Development Plan for the period until 2026. And in this plan, which has got 4 pillars, we have a dedicated pillar on environmental sustainability. And apart from that, in all other pillars, we have also mainstreamed environmental issues, climate change issues. Apart from that, we have had since 2016 the National Policy on Climate Change, which basically condenses all our aspirations regarding this subject, whether from a mitigation, adaptation, as well as resilience point of views. In the last 18 months, we are working together with all stakeholders, including cooperating partners, to come up with a green growth strategy, which strategy is going to guide us as we transition the economy into a truly low carbon, socially inclusive economy going forward. In this particular case, we are drawing on all the lessons that we have gathered over the years from the various interventions that have been implemented, including the efforts that we are making in developing the National Adaptation Plan and climate resilience forest investment plans, and so on. Now, in terms of programming, our programming is anchored on the basis of ensuring that there is a very strong community ownership by way of promoting community resource management at community level, seeing that at least 60% of our population is rural-based, and their livelihoods are entirely dependent on these resources, whether these are forest or wildlife resources as well as other resources. On top of that, of course, as we learned from the COP27, that adaptation is the main priority for most of our countries on our continent. Indeed, adaptation is an important issue in our country as well. And so we are just in the final stages of coming up with our National Adaptation Plan. And like I said, this adaptation plan is drawing from all the various initiatives, and we intend to ensure that these plans are mainstreamed in our planning and budgeting processes. Of course, we are also keen to ensure that the resilience of our people and the livelihoods, especially in the rural areas, is strengthened. And again, this is drawing from various interventions that we've done in the past. Our resource requirements, of course, are huge and quite significant. And this basically poses the major challenge to our aspirations and efforts. But despite all these things we've done, the levels of investment still fall far short of what we require to make a meaningful impact. And therefore, we join all other countries and the speakers that spoke earlier today to call for more resources to ensure that we address these challenges. Specifically, I want to refer to what Vice President Africa Development Bank mentioned regarding the place which Africa occupies from a point of view of the cause of these issues, as well as the vulnerability that we find ourselves in as the most impacted continent. Indeed, Zambia is not an exception. I'll end there.
Thank you. Now, question, how much do you need? Do we have an idea? Because we are here for that. Do we have an idea? Because you said it's significant, but do we have an idea of how much you are in the process of budgeting? Have you budgeted already? So how much?
Well, we are still in the process of budgeting, but we do have indicative figures. We're talking about quite a few billions of US dollars, but I think we'll wait until we finish our budgeting process very soon and then we'll advise.
I hope this is not a missed occasion. Thank you so much. Madame Duarte, on a écouté tout à l'heure le Burkina.
Ms. Duarte, we just heard Burkina Faso, and it's encouraging what we just heard. When you hear this and looking at the outcomes based on the work and all the effort that has gone into the work of the fund, when you hear this, it was quite interesting. So I'd like to hear your thoughts, because Dr. Kabere is talking about scaling up with the World Bank.
It's a pleasure to be, Minister of Burkina is not here, but I hope to be able to meet him soon in person. I actually visited the program in Burkina Faso just before COVID, and we were not able to travel anymore. And seeing is believing, as the saying goes. And this applies to many other countries and many of our programs. I have visited quite a few. I've had the honor and pleasure to visit quite a few. And what the minister was saying in Burkina Faso, it's very visible. It's very visible, the impact, the efforts that the government has undertaken with the communities. I visited several of the places. I spoke with the communities, and and when I was alluding to earlier on, I alluded to Burkina Faso in my initial intervention. The interesting thing about Burkina Faso as well is that we were, because knowledge is important, and data collection and evaluation, so that we have robust information that we can base ourselves when we think about future investments as well. And so we financed actually evaluative work as the program was being implemented to understand the impact, in particular the development, the food security impact, and the results were quite extraordinary. So we piloted the payment for environmental services mechanism that would basically mobilize the communities in preventing forest degradation or deforestation. And if these communities themselves were making investments to make sure that we prevent that degradation and those fires, and they were monitoring. Because, of course, they were being paid against the forest standing. And also it goes beyond that, the enhancement of livelihoods to these communities, how much more income they were deriving from what they were doing, being it in their gardens or beekeeping. I also went and visited the beekeeping investments there. And the same, Burkina Faso is an example. It's not the most, as I said again in my intervention, when one thinks about forests, countries like Burkina Faso don't immediately come to mind, and so it's not that easy or it wasn't that easy to make the case to support countries like Burkina Faso when it comes to a forestry program. But as the minister was saying right now, they are an example that in fact it is, because carbon is also stored. First of all, there's development challenges. There are communities dependent on these forests and these ecosystems, but the carbon is not just stored in the trees, it's stored in the soil. And in these countries, there's a great potential for carbon sequestration in the soil. Talking about the global public good. But what I have seen, coming to your question, your broader question, what is my sentiment? I have been following the work of the climate, or I've been involved in the work of the climate investment funds for basically almost all of its existence, 15 years. And I have visited many projects, many countries across our different programs. I mean, the program in Zambia is another fabulous example of what has been done in terms of climate resilience. And again, the programmatic approach, bringing the multilateral development banks together with the government, different ministries, with civil society. And in the case of Zambia, even though Zambia is one of those that I haven't visited, but I was with the minister just now in Gabon, and he was very kind to invite me to visit. But I have known of the program for a very long time. We have also assessed the transformational impact of the program in Zambia. The government did something very interesting, which was really mainstream climate resilience in their planning and budgeting processes. As Permanent Secretary was saying, it's everyone's business. So it's in all of the pillars of the National Development Plan and strategies. They allocated dedicated budgeting for those purposes. And we piloted approaches in 2 of the basins in Zambia. And again, much like in Ivory Coast, much like in Burkina, I understand that these approaches are now being scaled up at a much larger scale. That was always the intent. The intent with our funding was that we would be pioneers, we would be taking risks, we would be providing the type of resources, support that would enable the countries working with the multilateral development banks to innovate, to pilot approaches that could then be scaled up. And that's exactly what we are seeing, and we are seeing it across the board in forestry, in the resilience, in the energy sector. We also invest quite significantly in the energy sector, in renewable energy. So it's been, and again, as I said also in my first intervention, we were never about, individual projects here and there. Because we can always have good individual projects. But the challenge that we have is that we need to transform deeply these sectors. And therefore, it's really necessary when we think about investments. It's necessary to think about what are the policies, how can we help governments with thinking about the policies and the regulations that will imply making investments differently, systematically in the future. How do we bring to bear the advantages of the different development partners, multilateral development banks, other partners, private sector and civil society? How do we bring their different comparative advantages to bear and bringing them together, aligning them towards investments in the same areas, towards the same results? How do we think about changing institutions, changing behaviors, changing the way the private sector looks at these investments as well? So it's about that, and I hope that a lot of the discussions that we will have, many of you have been quite closely involved in this, if not all of you. I said it earlier on, maybe 90% of you, maybe more, maybe 95, maybe 99, I don't know. But most of you in this room will relate to what I'm talking about. Hopefully you will continue to exchange with each other and take this to other parts of your peers, within your network, so that people really understand this this different way of doing things that can really be a lot more transformative and catalytic And I'm really pleased. One of the things that the minister is saying that I didn't know was that Mali and Senegal now want to draw from the example of Burkina Faso and replicate. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. And I've seen it in other places as well. Ghana, I have visited the program, our forestry program there. Again, a very programmatic, integrated way of looking at sustainable forest management from a point of view of development, of climate, of social inclusion, in particular women. So let me stop here.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame Duarte. On a parlé un peu de...
Thank you immensely, Ms. Duarte. You reviewed the experience of Burkina Faso, Congo, and Zambia. So maybe we can have a stop in Congo with Dr. Rosalie Matondo. Good morning, Doctor. You are the Minister of Forestry Economy in the Republic of Congo. Is that correct? Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you here in Abidjan. So I'm going to ask the tech team to make sure we can see you. So I have a question for you. After listening to part of the discussions, what are the challenges encountered by your country in respect of the climate? What are the specific climate change challenges in your country, more specifically? And if you could also expand to your vision of those challenges on the continent as a whole. Good morning. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank you for this opportunity afforded to the Republic of Congo through yours truly regarding the support of the World Bank under the Forest Investment Program. And thank you for giving me the floor. The Republic of Congo is a forest country with 69%, and we depend on the sustainable management of forest ecosystems. But we have three core systems developed as part of the sustainable management, which is also a nature-based solution to fight climate change. And the first solution is the development of low-impact forest or low-impact logging. So as part of forest management and certification in the Congo Basin Forest, we are leaders in management and certification and timber traceability. And so in terms of logging, only 1 out of 3 trees are cut every year in a rotation of 25 years, a cycle to ensure regeneration. So we are embarking on sustainable forest management, which is low-impact forestry. Second focus is conservation. As I said, out of the 23 million hectares of forest cover in Congo, 15 million forest for logging and the rest conservation. And we have national park programs for biodiversity conservation, including wildlife and plant, including marine biodiversity, and we have protected marine areas. Of course, thirdly is increasing the carbon stock through the national reforestation program, and we launched an afforestation program with a target of achieving 1 million hectares of agroforestry, out of which 70% will be developed by the private sector for multiple uses, including energy production, cogeneration of carbon credits or carbon sequestration, but it could also be for the purpose of agroforestry by blending tree growing and acacia as well, or cashew, as acacia trees as well as other species. As part of this effort, the President of the Republic, and regarding our global vision on climate change, our stance is that the Congo Basin forest, with a total surface area of $240 million, needs the support of the international community for the programs to be sustained for carbon sequestration, because the deforestation rate in our country is pretty low, at a mere 1%. And with the University of Maryland, we are collaborating in the Congo Basin countries, so we have satellite data that is verifiable. Secondly, the President of the Republic took the initiative for a meeting of the three main forest basins in the world, so we speak in one voice and take decisions to conserve our forest ecosystems. You have the forest ecosystem of the Congo Basin, you have the Amazon forest and you have the Borneo Mekong forest ecosystem. So with the convening of a major international conference of the three forest basins, and thirdly, the President of the Republic at COP27 launched the African Decade on afforestation, and we believe that 90% of the population depending on fuel wood for their energy needs need that wood to be replaced by timber, and for building timber, as a matter of fact, grown forest is the way forward. So under the aegis of the African Union, the President seeks to convene an international forestation conference, and we invite all our partners to support this initiative, and we invite all countries to commit and to be involved in national forest and afforestation programs. Thank you, Dr. Matondo. That was a vibrant presentation. You have everything there if you want to copy and paste. So could I ask for a round of thunderous applause? Thank you very much. So please stay on. So the more I listen to you, we've heard Dr. Musiko, we heard Dr. Duarte, but you are driving so much passion for the environment, and I think you deserve commendation. So I have a question. How is the funding organized? I would like to understand, because I see a face here that has prompted me to ask this question. We have some private sector representatives who are implementing ecotourism solutions. So instead of making money from logging and planting, cocoa or coffee, the land actually generates money through tourism. So are there any financial facilities or mechanisms to support such projects or initiatives? Is it possible?
Because normally these funds like ours, what we are concerned about is about the results. We don't necessarily define it has to be these type of activities with government or these type of activities with private sector. So in the case of the climate investment funds, in all of these programs, we have defined what the vision was. What is it that our intent was? Both in terms of sustainable forest management. In our program was never about carbon in itself. Our program, because we do understand that we need development and we need to make sure that the populations, the communities that depend on these forests need to have need to have their income, they need to have their sources of livelihoods. So we never took the view that our entry point should be carbon necessarily, even though if we are looking at it from as well the global public good. But once we define that a vision, this is what we would like to pilot, this is what we would like to test, this is what we would like to demonstrate, different approaches of driving sustainable forest management. Then we engage with specific countries that have expressed an interest to be part of our programs and that have been prioritized to receive funding. And we engage, so our partners, the multilateral development banks, engage with the governments and with the civil society and the private sector to really think about what are the critical challenges and opportunities for investment and bringing to bear, as I said, the different comparative advantages and what different stakeholders can bring. So we do have investments that are driven by governments, but we do have investments that are driven by private sector.
Good point. That was my point. Alors, parce que justement, on a Monsieur Bignan.
If I may, I would like us to give the opportunity to speakers in the audience. And I would like somebody to help me with a mic to pass it around. Yes, please step forward. I would like Mr. Bini to take the floor. What is your experience? Have the projects you have implemented, based on that, do you observe that you have nature conservation, forest conservation? Could you share your experience with us? And I'd also like to give you an opportunity as a private sector person to engage the panelists directly. I am involved in eco-tourism based on culture and traditions and customs, and of course we have the statistics, and over the years we have established a direct impact on the population in terms of population, and so it is to stop logging and to become a guide. And you know that poachers do not have a face, they are there for a livelihood. That is not our case. And when you have the hunter who becomes a guide, he knows how to find and attack animals. But as a guide, we use cameras, and that generates a circular economy. You know, the hunter will bring the game and will be cooked by his wife. We indeed have seen the direct benefits of our collaboration with the public parks. We have also some agreements where we have implemented this experience, and in the park where we are based, we do not see any traps, and the local communities benefit, and ecotourism helps to generate the circular economy, and the results are there for everyone to see. But the problem is that we need to develop forests on one hand, and we need to develop forest reserves. And as an investor, I think I will need to move to the next step, and I believe that they need statistics, but we can demonstrate this. Could we ask the speaker to speak away from his mic, and this would have to be taken into consideration for worthwhile investment. Thank you very much. Please hold the mic. We need to understand what you're doing. Could you tell us once again what the concept is? Walk us through just so it's clear for everyone. And please ask the speaker not to have his mic too close to his lips. What do you do concretely to conserve the forest? It is ecotourism based on customs and traditions, and we receive tourists from all over the world. And since it's about customs, we use only what the local communities do. And an ecosystem generates a tourist activity, and wherever we are based, we work with the local communities. They are the suppliers. It could take us 6 months, and they have everything, the ingredients, the know-how, what they know how to do. We package this and serve to the tourists. For instance, it would take these tourists to the lagoon or to the forest or to the sea, so that they can see how that whole forest has been protected. We have sacred forests here in Côte d'Ivoire, so it is also an opportunity to demonstrate to them that they can use these resources and to conserve their traditional practices, and we get to see what they used to eat, and we use their utensils, and they now become the priority, and their way of living is now the focus, because they are not modern. They are the typical early person, so to speak, in their own environment. So you spend 2 minutes more. So I'm going to subtract 30 seconds from your airtime. Thank you.
Quelle langue français?
Which language do you speak? French?
In the PES, the payment for ecosystemic services, and we work in the cocoa value chain with some multinationals. And the issue we are facing right now is the issue of sustainability. Generally, Mondelez, by Calbo, Nestle, they engage themselves in doing PS for just 3 years. And these 3 years are either renewable or they can stop the engagement. And this is the law regarding the PS in Côte d'Ivoire. And so we are dealing with the sustainability. We need to put in place a financial sustainability mechanism for this PS to continue, because we engage the communities, and then everything can stop if there is no money coming from these multinationals. And this is where maybe CIF can play a role, and as well as the government, who is setting up a forest fund, and maybe they could partner together with the private sector to engage in the sustainability of the PS.
Mr. Kindo, don't forget, what we are looking for is impact. So if you can prove that what you did at a smaller level has made impact, then you can talk to us, to CIF, you see.
Okay, so there is a lot of impact in the communities.
No,
generally.
You will have a chance to talk about that. I mean, we have an opportunity. I would like to give the floor to somebody else, but okay. Madame Duarte will give us an answer to this. Is it possible to complement the funds provided by the corporations? Yes, so, the microphone goes behind there. We can see. Yes.
This is an important issue that the gentleman just raised, sustainability. And I mean, of course, I can't speak of the specifics of the projects that he's talking about, but what I have seen is, and again, Burkina Faso is an example, if we make the investments in such a way that the communities are now clearly enhancing their income substantially. I remember visiting a cooperative of women in Burkina Faso, and they were producing an enriched milk with moringa. and making a lot more income from this enriched milk. And in fact, what they wanted was to scale up significantly. They had the incentive right there of making sure that those moringa trees were not being deforested, because they were using those to produce their enriched milk. And therefore, we helped them in the beginning. We provided resources to them. Once they now understand, and the income generation to them is such that they eventually don't need any more external support, because their income has risen quite significantly, and they do understand that they themselves, it's important for them to ensure that forests, that those trees are not cut. So this is just one example that I have seen, and the issue is, in other communities, it will eventually be other products that they can sell, that they can produce and sell. And we need to invest in supporting those communities, do so, where you merge the development and the climate benefits. But this particular case, I don't know the examples. I do know that this sustainability issue, we have this dedicated grant mechanism for indigenous and local communities, which is quite innovative. This is providing grant resources to indigenous groups and local communities in all of our countries in the forest program. And we are providing grants initially. Our intent with that program is this, what I'm talking about, is making sure that there are enhanced livelihoods and that the communities can have income, can derive income from activities that protect the forests as well. And we have precisely this question of sustainability. How long will it take in terms of providing grant resources until we can see that no longer this type of resources will be needed?
Alors, il peut s'adresser à qui après pour pouvoir...
Now, who should he see right now? The person he should be talking to. Thank you, Mr. Kingo. Well, behind there, and after that I'll ask a question to Dr. Matundu on the involvement of women, because a short while ago, Madam Duarte talked about a women's cooperative. Yes, you may take the floor. Thank you very much. My name is Mustafa of the African Development Bank. I would like to say that since this morning we've been talking about climate investment in the forestry. But it's really an honor to devote these resources to forests, because there are places where there are no forests and where there are people who live, who undertake activities that are very impacted by climate change. I'm thinking of the Sahel region, like in Niger, where there's no forest, but there are climate phenomena that are severe. Floods, for instance, and so there's a big problem there. There's no water in the Sahel, and we looked at this problem to see how we can help people to work on activities that help the population to increase their productivity, and to undertake activities adapted to climate, to drought, and also to generate and disseminate climate information that will make it possible for the people to face these phenomena that are becoming increasingly critical. So we should disseminate climate information that will enable the people to plan the activities on the basis of the climate, and also to see how they could improve their revenue through increased production. So it is not only forestry that we should be talking about in this climate. There are also other activities that are impacted by the climate change. So, thank you. Thank you very much. Madam Duarte, there are projects in the Sahel like what we have in Niger. Somebody had raised his hand. Well, I'll do this very quickly. Good morning, sir.
Rwanda. The discussions have been so interesting, and I just picked interest to probably ask this question to CEO of SIF. In Rwanda, back in 2013, if not 12, Rwanda has established a green fund, a national green fund, with the aim to actually be able to mobilize both external and domestic resources to support projects that actually build resilience. Looking at the modalities of how SIF operates, which is actually currently helping, we see the SIF and we see the MDBs. How do you envisage having SIF directly actually working with such a kind of national funds to probably reduce on the administrative headache in terms of management of resources? How do you plan in the future to be able to work with the national funds in order to efficiently and effectively administer such a kind of different funds that SIF has in the plan? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I'll give you back the floor. In a short while, Mr. Musiko, I'll ask you a question on, according to you, what should we do in order to speed up or accelerate green financing in order to tackle climate change challenges. So I'll come back to you in a short while. Madam Duarte, you may take the floor now.
From African Development Bank to say that, also these 4 days are about the resilience, the investments that we have been supporting through our climate resilience. So we will be touching on our experience as well, and they're very good experiences. Niger, Zambia, there's many good experiences in the room. But I also want to say that, again, this perception, Sahel, we have a forest program in the Sahel. We have a forest program in Burkina Faso. That is, we are deriving from that important development results, mitigation and adaptation results. And issues of water, I believe if I understood him correctly, he was talking quite a little bit about water. Investments in nature, investments in forestry are actually quite important in terms of water as well. Now this question here from colleague from Rwanda, as you rightly pointed out, we are providing support to FORNEWA, the fund, in Rwanda. Now the questions of us working directly with national entities or national funds is a more complex one, because there's an intent within the broader climate finance architecture to have these funds be complementary, and the Green Climate Fund is expected to be the one where national entities and funds can engage with the Green Climate Fund directly and have resources from them, and that's a little bit the understanding within this community, that we already have 2 institutions that support direct access, the Adaptation Fund and the Green Climate Fund, and therefore the understanding right now is that for us to be more on a complementary nature, we shouldn't necessarily move in that direction.
Voilà qui est clair.
Now that is clear, there are 2 other speakers wishing to take the floor. Well, my time is done, but I'll give the floor to John Musimoko. And the question I was asking is that today, what are the things we can do in order to accelerate traction in financing that will accompany programs that in your country?
Statistics have been given at many fora in terms of the need regarding climate financing compared to the available financing. Of course, the gap is very big. We have already mentioned in our presentation that we would like that that financing that is available is actually enhanced. But over and above that, we have also appreciated on various fora how much financing we can still get from the private sector. Now, going back home in Zambia, I think the private sector is interested to participate, and the government's focus at the moment is to ensure that there is more private sector involvement. However, I think what can be done from the multilateral funds like CIF, GCF, Adaptation Fund is probably to also enhance the capacity of the institutions within the country to be able to put together this financing, or the sort of creates a sort of environment that will actually attract this kind of investment from the private sector.
Yeah. Now, do we have an idea of the commitment of the private sector? Have they committed themselves? Did they say, okay, we are ready to put this on the table, that on the table? Sometimes in the process, we ask them, how much are you ready approximately to commit? And then we take this, and with the multilateral organ banks and fund providers, we put it together to have an idea of how much money we can have from the public and from the corporate sector. Do we have an idea of this so far?
Yeah, just like I answered in the earlier question you asked me, you really didn't need to give you the figure. Yes, we do have those indications, but it's still work in progress. We're just about to finalize, and I wouldn't like to preempt it.
We are looking forward for the next forum to have more answers. Many thanks. So I'm going to give you the floor to you, sir, and to you, sir, and we are done. And to you, madame, of course. Okay, donc on commence ici.
So we'll start with this gentleman. Good morning. Good morning, my name is Mokoshe. I'm from Niger. You know that the climate change is a global phenomenon. The manifestation and effects thereof are different depending on your place on the globe. While my friend from the ADB is right, in Niger, we have a different reality altogether. We know that we are here for 4 days, and we are ready to share all our experiences with you. But already, I can invite you to the Niger stand to see what we do and how the climate scientists are working with the developers of all sectors, so that not only do we improve the awareness of our policies and the public strategies, but also to design good, resilient projects. You'll see how Niger is making efforts in the promotion of eco-entrepreneurs at a local level. Those are only small enterprises, but they are ecology aware, and they're there to strengthen the capacity of local communities, because they restore the ecosystemic systems depending on the expectations of the population. So we're here to share with you. You will hear us, and together we'll see how we can save the planet and how we can ensure the promotion of a sustainable development in our countries. Thank you. We'll visit your stand. Thank you very much. Now,
je veux, c'est ça que je veux. Comment on peut...
how can we have more money to finance projects, to have projects that are already in place? This is what we like us to have, because here, this is a climate finance forum before anything else.
I came from Ethiopia. Thank you, SIF, and also the multilateral development banks for considering also Ethiopia to participate in nature, people in the climate program, and also for inviting us to come here, because Ethiopia has been also trying a lot to implement nature-based solution. But for the rest of my point, I'm going to speak maybe later on. But now, look, because the Horn of Africa, which is very much connected hydrologically, we have been, on the same latitude, but because of altitude, Ethiopia is a little bit highland country, so that Ethiopia has to send water. I'm not, saying that Ethiopia is generous, but because of nature that Ethiopia has to send water to Egypt, to Sudan, through Nile. 95% of the water has to come from Ethiopia. Ethiopia has to send water to Turkana, Kenya, and also to South Sudan, and also the rest of the Horn of African countries, actually Somalia, Djibouti, Eritrea, so on and so forth. And now the issue, because of climate change, deforestation and the land degradation, the rain that has been coming to Ethiopia is not enough anymore. And then the water, the amount of water that Ethiopia is able to produce every year is declining from year to year. And now we have been in trouble that we want to touch a little bit of water. That means that we have been also taking the amount of water that we need to send to the downstream country. So here is my point. Unless and otherwise we restore the highlands of Ethiopia, Ethiopia is not able to send, the amount of water that the downstream sister countries are expecting to flow every year. Here is my question to SIF. Where a country has to send more water to the neighboring countries, and this is a must, that country, for instance, Ethiopia has to do this, then is there any special consideration for this type of countries that has to also, responsible to send some ecosystem services, such as water, which is a must, so that we'll scale up some of the best practices so that the water will flow through the course. So is there any special support for, this type of, special responsibilities for countries? Thank you very much for that.
Merci beaucoup. Alors la question est pour SIF.
Thank you very much. The question is addressed to SIF. If you remember the question, I can take the question from the lady, and like that will abridge the time that we'll have to use. Yes, you raised your floor. I also saw your hand, and since you're a lady and we're in the Women's Month, I'll give you the floor. Good morning. I will ask the question in French. Thank you to the panel, and I'm delighted. Well, unfortunately, we are not hearing you. Well. My name is Ola Vieira. I represent the World Institute for Green Growth, World Green Growth Institute, and I'm delighted to be finding my colleague from Zambia here, who is also one of our partners too. And I'm also delighted to finally meet Madam Duarte, as I've followed some of our work. And my question is very simple. In our activities, we assist many countries. We have about 50 member countries today, and many of them have requested us to support them in putting in place mechanisms such as green bonds. We've helped Peru, for instance, last year to mobilize about $4 billion in green bonds, and which was very exceptional. Now my question is, well, a short while ago we heard the announcement to the fact that there was this mechanism that will be created in the new approaches that SIF is putting in place. Is it possible to know a little more about that and to know, well, in Cote d'Ivoire there were trials the private sector. There are many requests that are also on the way, and I think many people are very interested. So my question also goes to SIF. Thank you. Madam Duarte, the expectations are high.
Merci. The colleague from Ethiopia, yes, as you rightly said, Ethiopia now is part of our New Nature People and Climate program. Of course, that process hasn't necessarily started, but certainly the type of investments that you described can be financed by this new program. And again, in fact, we will also be supporting, as I mentioned earlier on in my introduction, a first regional program in a basin, the Zambezi Basin. This was a proposal led by Zambia. And it's precisely to see what are the types of investments that need to be happening along that basin so that the countries can benefit from the ecosystem services. It's to be seen what will be funded. And again, you know, we also received a proposal from the Sahel. We have a regional proposal from the Sahel, which we also hope to be able to finance in the short term. We don't yet have enough resources to finance the Sahel program. But I think what you said is right. It's a big challenge. And we'll see if your country decides that that would be a priority investment for this new program. Lady from the Global Green Growth Institute, you were asking about our intent to issue, we don't know if they're going to be called green bonds or not, but bonds to support climate investments. This is something that we hope to be able to launch in one of our funds later in this year, and we got be able to keep supporting, maximizing the resources that we have in one of our funds. And while maximizing the resources that we have, or the assets that we have in one of our funds, actually mobilize private capital. Because there is an interest, certainly from certain types of investors, to have access, to be able to purchase such bonds. And of course, you know, that's one mechanism among others to really try to mobilize more resources into developing countries for these purposes. It's a market that has been growing quite a lot, the green bonds market, but it's still insignificant in fixed income. So it is an area that certainly there's room to grow. And you know, to target certain types of investors. So that's one way. I have to say that you know, we have tried to support issuance of bonds and green bonds in other ways as well. We have guaranteed aggregators bring together a number of projects. And again, against the assets of those projects, issued bonds in the local domestic capital markets. So there are various ways of trying to support the expansion of that fixed income market, and by doing so, bringing certain type of private capital to help with these investments. Again, it's one way. We will need a combination of different ways, but it's one way, and we are trying as well at our fund level to do so.
Merci beaucoup. Alors,
thank you very much. We'll have two more speakers, but I'm not sure that you'll have answers to your questions. You raised your hand, and the microphone be taken to. Well, I'm not quite sure if I'll give you the floor yet. So you on this side may take the floor, yes? Good morning, everyone. My name is Elliot Cynthia. I work with the African Development Bank, and I'm very pleased to be here with you today. A short while ago, you talked about how we bring financing to these projects, and indeed, I wanted to talk about the initiative that we launched last year with the support of the Climate Investments Funds, which actually meets or addresses this problem. Indeed, we see that there are many mechanisms that are highly performing at all levels. That's at global level, the regional level, like the GEF, DIS, FIP. I also have resources at the level of the G5, the MDBs. But you see that there's a problem with direct access. How can a project sponsor or the farmer who wants to adopt resilient practices, how can the small and medium-sized enterprise of Cote d'Ivoire, for instance, can have access to funding for its green project? And how can we also solve the problem of a direct access? This is also a very important point. And this initiative towards green facilities. So there's also the problem of identifying projects, because often we have many initiatives, there's lots of creativity, but often we have a problem with finding and sourcing well-structured projects, well-structured green projects that meet the various criteria for financing. How also can we make these projects bankable? Because so far we've seen that more than 75% of the financing of these projects in Africa come from the public sector. So in order to respond to the need for investment that is pretty huge, we'll talk about $2.3 trillion in terms of needs to assist the 51 countries in Africa, we see that public resources are limited. So we will need all kinds of resources, especially resources from the private sector, should come and contribute to this climate action. So what should we do to ensure that the private sector can also take the relay and be a stakeholder in this climate action? And of course, we have to make sure that these projects are bankable, the projects we'll identify on the field. And the Climate Investment Funds, thanks to its experience, has shown how that there's a blended approach that we could use, a structured approach that can make these projects bankable by using funds, or to prepare these funds and make them attract private funding by bringing part of the concessional resources to enable them to take the more risky part and allow traditional investors to participate in these transactions. And in this it is on these various aspects the initiative on the green bonds, African green bonds, saw the light of day last year. The Climate Investment Funds has been a partner from the very first day. First of all, through the production of a report on the potential of that model in Africa, and we're happy to announce the support in the pilot phase with the Benin and Cote d'Ivoire. I would like to specify that CIF is very close to our heart, because from the very beginning it played its role of being a catalyzer of coming to take risks where others would not want to take any risk. And so I really would like to thank CIF for that is positioning and by facilitating this kind of initiative. We also like, with the creation of this green facility, to clarify the matter, like we would like to strengthen the capacity of our green funds that support our green projects. We also help them to develop their capacity on this type of investments and to produce products that are adapted to local environments. So there's also the system of green banks and green facilities, and we would like to work with the next programs of CIF by ensuring that these partners develop projects that will respond to the CIF programs and work with CIF as an MDB we are an implementing entity of SIF, we can work with the local actors in order to have a transformational and catalytic impact that we are looking for. Thank you. You may keep the floor. Can you please congratulate her?
What's your role at the bank, please? Climate finance principal officer. So you said private sector projects are welcome. Is that what you said? Well, that should be submitted to the local banks, and the aim is that you do not necessarily have to prepare full proposal to the GCF, which is quite, resource drain. I mean, you may not have $100,000 to spend for a small project, and to meet all the requirements for each fund or facility mechanism. So you could go to your local commercial bank where you have an account and you are a sponsor of a green project, and you speak to your account manager, who might advise that they have funds or resources available for the project which are tailored to green finance, and I have some money to prepare the project if it is necessary to better structure the project, and that person will be able to share and to forward the idea. Well, in the green fund, they do not like to engage commercial banks. They can engage you directly. So there's a lot of awareness outreach to be done here. I had initially allotted 1 minute to you, but it was so interesting that I'm not going to take you to task for overrunning your time. Anyone else? A minute, please. Stick to the 1 minute. Well, I'll strive to speak for at least 2 minutes. So my name is Christophe. I am a chief of a clan, and I like Mr. Benin's statement in reference to customs and traditions. And when the minister of the Congo talked about 3 basins, I was at a loss, because in West Africa we have a basin, and based on the geographical definition of a basin, we have 1 year in Côte d'Ivoire, and that is a significant conservation initiative by way of a park. And where I come from, there have been a sort of massacre of indigenous species, and here the Iroko, the cashew nut is not used, they're not used for harvesting, but the logs are used for carpentry. So I advocated the development of several plantations to ensure that the indigenous species and trees are regenerated after they were logged in a wanton manner. Thank you. I'll stop right there. I'll stop right here. He's been here all morning. I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Gore, but at the spur of the moment, we've not been able to give you the floor. So how do you see the future? Thank you. I would like to follow up on what the last speaker said. Doctor, I'm not sure you're going to be on for a minute, but you are allowed to go before. Further, well, I would like to commend and welcome the initiative to involve local communities in the sustainable management of forests. And if my memory serves me well, since 2010, SIV has established a grant scheme for indigenous and local communities to strengthen their role in the protection of the forest. which they live off from, and nobody can replace the local communities to manage their own forest. The local communities are indeed the backbone of the success of our approaches, our projects, and the sustainability of our efforts. So in a word, I would say that in Burkina Faso, we have trialed through the DGMs, under RED Plus and DGM, which was translated into a project to support the local communities depending on the forest, and it was an inclusive project that was implemented, and we sought the support of USAID for the implementation. And the steering committee that was established was actually chaired by civil society members, and the lessons we drew are similar. The local communities have indigenous best practices for the management of their own forest. We do not need a huge technology transfer. All we need is to harness the local knowledge that are specific to the communities and to support them, bearing in mind the major environmental challenges, so as to ensure sustainable forest management. The second lesson we drew is that we established a clear nexus between the local communities and their ability to deal with climate change, and that is also a reality. And another lesson we learned is that if we work with the local communities to enhance or to strengthen our local production, forestry management, and to make the most of non-timber wood products, which are prime resources for these communities, then we can say, as a matter of fact, that the forest will be sustainable and the local communities will forever manage forests. So I would like to launch an appeal to the partners, because we have indeed achieved transformational outcomes for local communities and local governments, and in that regard, Burkina Faso has undertaken to implement a comprehensive program to reduce local emissions, and that would entail consolidating all our activities and to scale all the outcomes. And so under our nature, people and climate investment program, and I believe that this project would catch your eye so that we can receive funding, so that we do not stop this excellent momentum, so that we have an impact for the benefit of the local communities and local governments. And to conclude, I'd like to thank all the donors, and especially Ms. Mafada Duarte and the staff of CIF, the World Bank, and all the conveners who made it possible for us to meet and share our experiences, for all that has been done for Burkina Faso, the Sahel countries, and all the countries under the RED Plus program. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kabure. Yes, what is the takeaway from today? We have understood that there are tangible outcomes in Burkina Faso, like the registration of conventional forest, the involvement of local communities and how the local communities are changing their lifestyles and how the forests are becoming greener in Burkina Faso, with Dr. Kaburu being emphatic about sustaining funding. And it means that the investments made in the Sahel and the investments available in Ethiopia for the water project are possible. We also reviewed Congo, and we heard that 70% of their forest is conserved, and you have 3 trees cut down in a cycle of 25 years, and I think that they deserve some carbon credits, and that is what Dr. Matondo suggested. And what we understood from Zambia, especially from Mr. John Muku's statement, it was all about involving the private sector. I would like him to acquiesce, to consent to make sure that I'm on the right path, I'm not on the wrong side of things, and Zambia seeks to further involve the private sector, and they are ready to support the private sector. And we also noted that there are ecotourism projects that seek not to alter the environment and to stop poaching and logging, and that these poachers will become tourist guides. And over and above all, we heard that climate funds are available to support us, and that the feedback might be a building block for others and would amplify the impact in future. That is my takeaway, Ms. Duarte. And we are done unless the parting shot is with the CEO. Ms. Duarte, please.
Go back to yours. Now, last word, dernier mot, to thank the Minister of Burkina Faso, the Minister of Congo, the Permanent Secretary, our hosts again, the African Development Bank, and you did a terrific job in carrying us through this session. As I alluded earlier on, in this room, there are the champions. There are many champions here that have actually led the implementation of these programs that we are talking about with really tangible results. I see Zambia, I see Niger, Burkina, others. Transformative. So much so that others want to follow their example, so much so that they are now seeking resources to expand those same approaches and take it to a different level, support other communities that haven't been supported yet. So I sincerely hope that you can benefit from these exchanges. On our side, what we do, and we've committed and continue very committed and will continue, is to do our best to continue to mobilize a much larger envelope of resources to support you all. Thank you.
Many thanks. Many thanks. Mesdames et messieurs, vous avez été formidables.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've been amazing, and we had an hour, but you overdrove me by another 30 minutes. Thank you for your interest in the project. So move on to a group picture. May I ask our project lead here? I think technically we have a 15-minute break.
Merci beaucoup. Coffee break, and we come back here. He said 30 minutes, I said 15. So it's up to you. It's up to you. Donc, en principe, on revient.
So we'll be reconvening in 15 minutes if you want to make it fast. 30 minutes if you want us to spend more time together. So see you in a bit. Thank you.
you. Don't go for the break. You'll come later. It's coffee break. Thank you. Not this year. Look at her. Claro. Hello, Omar Pran. Hello? Hello? Bonsoir, mesdames, messieurs.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. For those who can you please bring in as many people as possible into the room? It is true to listen to the panel, but it's also because it's getting cold. So,
donc il faut qu'on demande.
Even those who are in the stands or booths, the exhibition booths should come and sit down too. In any case, our exchange this morning showed that lots of work has been done. When we don't work in the sector, we don't quite know what is happening. But when you listen to the various speakers, you realize that there are people who are pulling out all the stops to make sure that we address climate issues.
Est-ce que Monsieur Garrett, ok, Monsieur Quadio Georges.
Mr. Garrett, Mr. Quadio Georges. Mr. Gomez Agu. Mr. Richard Martey. Richard Martey. Sabri Gaya. Well, I know you. Sabri Gaya. You I know. Promoting. How do you do man use so much?
Allô, on va reprendre, s'il vous plaît. Allô? Allô, on va reprendre, s'il vous plaît. Allons en salle, on va reprendre. On va reprendre, s'il vous plaît. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, you can pass. Okay, guys. On va reprendre. Si vous pouvez prendre quelque chose, voilà, on va reprendre. Yeah, please. Let's start. Mesdames,
Messieurs, on va reprendre.
Mesdames, messieurs, ce micro, si je peux récupérer. On est déjà en streaming là? Hein? Il ne faut pas, hein, puisqu'on n'a pas commencé. Toutes mes causeries informelles là ne sont pas concernées par le streaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to resume deliberations. Now I have changed my position in order to better see speakers from all angles of the hall. This afternoon we'll be talking about the finance needs in Africa and the local challenges. So I have some time constraints, so try to be as quick and efficient as possible and give the floor to those who wish to take it while making sure that we stay within the time allocated to us. I will call on the head of the Climate Finance Environment of the African Development Bank. I don't know. Can you please bring in Mr. Garrett Phillips? Thank you for welcoming him. Ladies and gentlemen, the gentleman who works under the Ministry of Environment is the focal point. Mr. Podio George, I saw him a short while ago. Where is he? Mr. Podio George. Thank you for welcoming him, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to see the faces of the ladies and gentlemen who work to address climate change. I would also like to welcome the resident representative of the IMF in Gabon, that is Mr. Gomez Agu, PhD. Very well. Yes, that is your seat there. Sabigaya, is she here? And Richard Martin, is he there? I asked for him but didn't see any reaction. So I will welcome our champion, the winner over the Margaret Katai prize. She's the champion of the UNEP lands. She works with the African Women's Network for Community Management of Forests. So, Madame Bibian Jebet, you're welcome. Now we will be discussing the urgency of financing and how we can involve local population, or how the local population can have the benefit of climate financing. We'll hear the perspectives of the civil society organizations. First of all, well, I see you as an icon. In any area we need people who act as icons, who inspire us, people who have proven their mettle and today are a source of information and that make others to understand that this struggle deserves to be carried out. So from what we listened to this morning, what do you think should be the involvement? What idea do you have of the involvement of women in protecting the climate? Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity. Probably I'll look at my notes to make sure that all the areas I would like to cover are covered without forgetting any. So give me a few moments. Why should we involve women? That is the question. I have three key reasons, three fundamental reasons that justify, that require that we involve women. Let's start with statistics. In most of our countries in Africa, or at least in sub-Saharan Africa, women represent at least 50% of the population. So they represent half of the population. There are probably 2 or 3 countries where we can find the reverse. This is very important. So as a target group in on our continent, and in the same connection, they represent 60 to 70% of the agricultural labor force, and even in some countries, they represent almost 80% of the producers of foodstuff. So they produce all that we eat. At least in sub-Saharan Africa, 70 to 80% of farm producers are women. This morning we talked about non-wood forest projects. They represent 80% of the entire value chain. That is the women, that's from the gathering up to the processing. At least they represent 80%. These are statistics that we have, and we see this in our day-to-day realities. They depend to the tune of 80% on forests or forest products. And I think it's Niger who was talking about the savannah a short while ago. Women exploit the savannah and the forests and depend on them to the tune of 80%. So you see that this group of actors are important, and that's not all. When we're talking about restoration, reforestation, and afforestation, they represent at least 60% of those involved. In some countries, almost all the nurseries in mangroves are planted by women. They plant, they reforest, they transplant, and then they follow up 60 to 70%. So in terms of statistics, this is not a group that can be neglected. From national population up until their interventions in what I've mentioned. The second reason is the management practices that they use in forests, or even in the savannah, or in the humid ecosystems and water ecosystems. They harvest without destroying. I'm used to giving an example in the forest. While men go to cut down trees to look for high quality wood that they sell to make money, women go and collect fruits from those trees and they leave the trees standing. These are the day-to-day practices. They gather mushrooms, they gather dead wood for the fuel, and they rarely cut down trees. But what they do is that they make use of the wood while leaving it alive. These are the practices of women. These are sustainable management practices that we can learn from women. And this is important. When we look at the strategies for fighting climate change, they are also there as leaders. Let's look at solutions for improving resilience, improved stoves, for instance. They are fully involved, and in general practice, they know whether they are in forests or in other ecosystems, they know where there's more biodiversity and how they can conserve the biodiversity without destroying it. It's women who do this, and this is natural. And I'll give you my example. I started doing this at the age of 3 by doing this with my mother and elder sister. At five, I was already going to the forest alone. I knew all kinds of wood species. I wasn't afraid of snakes because they had become my friends. So women do this naturally. You mean to become the friends of snakes? Yes, even snakes. When I was barely 5, when I met a snake, it didn't mean anything to me. And I'm not alone here. I'm sure that there are thousands of women who also lived through this. I knew that if my mother asked me to go and gather mushrooms, I would know which ones are edible and those that are not edible at 5, because I started at 3. So women do this, and this is passed down from mother to daughter and from generation to generation. They cannot be excluded, quite on the contrary. So when I now come to initiatives, today we talked about Malebi in Cote d'Ivoire. We can also find such places in Gambia, in the DRC, in Togo, in Cameroon, in Liberia, REFACOF, which is the network that I coordinate, are present in 20 countries, and women undertake agroforestry activities, undertake activities in the conservation of biodiversity in those countries, and they can serve as examples, and their activities can be scaled and developed at a different level. So they must have access to financing. Now, what does the state of the world forests produced by the FAO say in 2022? Financing small producers is essential for the implementation of agricultural and agropastoral networks and all that has to do with the rural world. 2, we necessarily have to develop new financing solutions and investment modalities that are adapted to small producers, and will include women producers in order to reduce inequalities, because it's in French that you find the difference between the masculine from the feminine. So for women not to be used, we need to include women producers. So why do we ask if women should be financed, or if it's important to finance women? It's obvious. The truth be told, we should even look for evidence of this, because all that women do in the sustainable management of ecosystems, all that women do in fighting climate change, all that women do in the conservation of our biodiversity, these are all initiatives that enable us not only to achieve the objectives that we set for ourselves in the area of a sustainable development, whether we're talking about the 2030 agenda of the UN or Agenda 2063 of the AU, women cannot be left aside behind. I have a question. What kind of projects do you think will need financing? Tell us what is doable, which are the windows that will make it possible to finance such activities. As I speak, even right now, I can give you a concept note that was designed by women. There's the women of REFACOF, following my winning the Mangatai Prize last year, which is initiative 20 million trees. Women undertook to plant 20 million trees by 2030 as their contribution to the UN decade on the restoration of ecosystems. The women of the 20 countries where we operate have undertaken to plant 20 million trees every year. So just give us the money. Ladies and gentlemen, we should encourage the African Development Bank that is represented. We'll come back to you. This is a concrete case. There are many, this is only one project, and there are many of them. So the needs are there, the projects are there, the concept notes are there. You're telling us that the money is there, that the funding is there, and that the will is there. So what should we do for money to be brought to support the projects?
Welcome to Abidjan. My name is Gareth Phillips. I'm the Manager of Climate and Environmental Finance at AFDB, so it's not unreasonable that you can ask me, where is the money? Give us the money. You have to understand that there's a real challenge in making small amounts of money available for these kinds of projects, and it's something that we've been working on at AFDB for quite some time to try to resolve. Because we're a bank, and I hate to say it, it's a cliche, but bankers don't like to get out of bed for less than 10 million. 50 million they start to get interested, and they really want to mobilize 100 million because it's the same amount of effort, it's the same amount of work to do the due diligence on the counterparties to lend the money, whether it's 10 million or 100 million. So when you come with these small-scale, context-specific projects, it's extremely challenging to find a way to provide finance. Now, we do have some success stories, and for example, we have a program called the FAWA, which is about providing affordable finance for African women, and there's a component in Ghana that's focused on agriculture, and it's about lending relatively small amounts of money to women-led agricultural businesses. And these are the kinds of things that can make money available for initiatives such as Cecile has been talking about. But they're few and far between, and they're hard to create and hard to mobilize because they're quite expensive to monitor and report. And when donors give us money for these kinds of initiatives, they want incredibly detailed information. They want to know how many beneficiaries there are, how many emission reductions have been created, how many trees planted, and so on. And all of this is very challenging to mobilize and to put in place. But what we see from the climate investment funds and the various programs they've run, and you've been hearing about the Forest Investment Program and PPCR, the pilot program for climate resilience, some of these funds and these programs are able to help us reach out to these kinds of initiatives. And one in particular that because you've heard about some of the initiatives in places like Zambia and Niger, I'll mention another one that we've supported through the African Development Bank, which was for teak plantations in Ghana. Now this was a public-private partnership. It was funded through the dedicated private sector window from the climate investment funds. If I recall, the CIF, I think, lent $15 million and the African Development Bank lent $10 million to expand the area of teak plantations. And what was interesting was that the teak plantation company put in place a trilateral agreement between the Forestry Commission in Ghana, themselves as the investors, and the local communities. And Mafalda mentioned this Tangia system where the local communities were able to plant crops in between the trees as they were growing. They implemented Tangia in the teak plantations in Ghana, which enabled the communities to grow crops in between the trees. And the benefit of that, of course, is they stop the weeds from growing, and they help the trees then become established. And so it's a three-way process to benefit. That's an example in the plantation situation, but I think that there can be many other examples. Another area that we're working with through the Africa Climate Change Fund is in the shea butter sector, and this is very relevant to women because they're the ones who collect the shea butter and they process it and add value to it, and they need support to do that. The men like to cut the shea butter trees because they make very good charcoal. So there's a real contrast and a real conflict between the two, and it's really important that we help to improve the quality of the shea butter trees and help them enrich some of the savanna forests so that there's plenty of shea butter to trees to provide that. How else do we provide the money? It's difficult to provide small amounts of money because you need to do the same amount of money to mobilize, as say, mobilize 10 billion or 100 million. So we are looking at developing various mechanisms and approaches, and one that we're working on at the African Development Bank, and we've had support from the climate investment funds, is called the Adaptation Benefits Mechanism, which is designed to provide support to small-scale, context-specific adaptation projects. And I think in the context of protecting natural forests and so on, we can look at forests as adaptation assets and say that they should be protected because they're critical to adaptation and that they bring mitigation co-benefits. And that can be a complementary approach to looking at forests as mitigation assets with adaptation co-benefits. So that's one area that we're working on. And just one final point, we also, again with CIF support, pre-COP, we had worked, pre-COVID, we had worked on a commercial model to support commercial plantations, a financial model to support commercial plantations, because Mafalda made a very interesting point about 60% of the urban areas yet to be built. Urban construction uses a huge amount of timber, and we heard also that investment in plantations has plummeted. There's also almost no investment in plantations. There is no timber to help us build these urban areas, and that means the pressure is going to come on what is left of the natural forest. So it's really important that we put more investment back into plantation forests. And we know that there's different kinds of plantation forests, but I think we have a good understanding of plantations within a landscape. It doesn't mean wall-to-wall plantations. It means areas of forest in amongst different land uses and taking pressure off remaining areas of biodiversity and so on. So, as I say, we prepared this proposal to support commercial plantation. We wanted to create an equity fund, and then along came COVID and it sucked up all the equity and we weren't able to take it forward. But I think it's really important that we bring that back to the table now, because amongst all the other initiatives that we're hearing about, it's really important. And one of the good things about plantations is it creates really good quality employment opportunities for women and youth. There's a huge amount of work to be done in the nurseries, in preparing the planting sites, planting the trees, and then the tanya systems or the weeding and so on. And then later on you generate the harvesting opportunities and the value added in the timber processing and so on, which calls for more investment. But the quality of green jobs that can be created through investment into the forestry sector is particularly strong, and it works in complement to initiatives to support women-led businesses, youth-led businesses, biodiversity and ecosystem protection, nature-based solutions, and so on. Thank you.
Merci, Garrett. We want to make...
Thank you, Garrett. Now, in concrete terms, how many trees per year? 20 million trees. That will make a budget of $25 million. That's fine, right? Please, can you translate quickly for Garrett? Is that per year or for how long? Well, we estimated that this will take 5 years up to 2030. So in their case, they said if we do this on a country-specific basis, probably we will do 500,000 or 1 million. Well, 1 million, you are not interested. Now we are at 20 countries. We will even go up to 30 some year. So if we have enough land area to plant 1 million trees over a period of 5 years, we'll have 25. So is there something that we can do with this project? But you have only 1 minute, to respond.
Finance for this would be through the Nature People Climate Program that has been launched. Okay. When the investment plans are prepared, you need to attend the stakeholder groups and get those projects into the investment pipeline. Demonstrate that they are Paris aligned, that they will contribute to mitigation and adaptation, and they are part of the country's long-term strategy to get to net zero. And if you can build them into those pipelines, then it will be much, much easier for us to then say, okay, here is a project that's coming from this country, it's endorsed in the pipeline, we need to raise finance for it.
Do you know why I love you? You have solutions. Thank you, Garrett. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Dr. Agu, they are talking about forest, but you are in the Congo Basin, which is the second lungs of the world. Actually, it is the first that makes the planet to breathe. I'm sure you can share the importance of those lungs for the economy of the region, of the continent, and of the world. And like that, we'll see what Gabon stood to gain with the preservation of this forest. Thank you. I've already thanked the World Bank and the Climate Investment Funds for having made us part of this beautiful event. The Congo Basin, as you said, is the primary lungs of the planet. It is also in front of the Amazon, the tropical forest, which absorbs more carbon than it emits. The Amazon has lost that status, but as you said, this is a result of concerted efforts on the part of the countries of the sub-region. This important service that the Congo Basin renders to the entire planet is also important because it has opportunities that people don't quite talk about. I'll give you two examples. The first is the loss of revenue for the countries of the region. I will take the case of Gabon, where I am a rep. In 2010, Gabon, where the Gabonese government prohibited the export of raw wood timber, which was a source of revenue for the country. To conserving the forests of the Congo Basin means that we have to reduce food production. For the 75% of people who live off that forest in that region. And the food production is an important development goal. First of all, it's one of the SDGs that is of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now, that region hasn't been spared by food insecurity. So when the government decided that we'll have to slow down deforestation, it is actually striking a balance between protecting the forest and facing food insecurity. So this is a region that gives a wonderful service to the world, but then it has to incur costs in the services it provides to the world. Now, this is quite touching. It's as if we are in a catch-22 situation. That's what they say, right? That is, you destroy, you don't eat, and you don't destroy, and you don't eat. So what are the mechanisms that exist today? And we'll see who will answer this to offset the loss on the part of Gabon. Do you have any such mechanism today? I think there is a whole set of coordination measures at international level that are being put in place. An example, the most patent example is the Climate Investment Fund. And I must say that the African Development Bank pointed this out. The level of climate financing which goes to Africa is inadequate. This is important to point this out. When we look at the nationally determined contributions of the various countries, we easily talk about billions or hundreds of billions of dollars, and I think last time was $180 billion. But when we look at what comes to Africa, it's about $30 billion. So we need funds in Africa. The second thing to note is that the distribution of these funds is not done in a fair manner, because recently there's a report that proved that more than half of the funds to Africa go only to 10 countries, and unfortunately none of those 10 countries are part of the Congo Basin. So you also see the problem with the way these funds are shared. And then it is true that multilateral institutions, the World Bank, but especially the International Monetary Fund, have been working increasingly at putting in place a whole mechanism. That's we call the Resilience Sustainability Trust by the IMF. And this is the fund that will have some $40 billion and will enable or make it possible to assist some countries that are facing long-term structural challenges in terms, that is the area of climate. There are 3 countries, that is Rwanda, in Africa we have Barbados, and we have Costa Rica, and the other countries that are on the list that will be granted this financing. But this financing will have a catalytic role in the sense that it will encourage other sister organizations to provide this country with more financing and also attract the private sector to join the movement.
What is the forest cover in Gabon today? As a matter of fact, Gabon is a sterling example. It's 70%. Gabon is as large as Cote d'Ivoire. 88% of the country is covered by forest. And so Gabon, currently, since you're giving me the opportunity to, market my country, the country I'm covering, and which I would like to market in climate terms, it absorbs more than 100 million tons of carbon yearly. It is one of the first countries to have its carbon credit certified, and so far it has certified 90 million worth of carbon credits, and it has public policies that have gone a long way to conserve its forest cover, and is one of the leaders in the Congo Basin to promote such a policy. Thank you. Can we indeed congratulate Gabon? We are here to advocate best practices. So this is a perfect segue into Cote d'Ivoire. 90% of the forest cover is lost in Cote d'Ivoire. 88% cover is preserved in Gabon, and Cote d'Ivoire does a lot of cocoa, coffee. So the first question is, can Ivorian forest be rescued or saved? Can we save or salvage those forests? If we cannot save the forest of Cote d'Ivoire, we cannot save the planet. And if some countries have successfully conserved their forests, it is a beautiful example, as they have kept their cultural heritage. And Cote d'Ivoire has embarked on a global development process, and that hit a snag at the end of the 20th century. And the scientists had already alerted that we were, burning out our natural resources, and that will trigger global warming. And having made that observation, we have to roll back our sleeves and reverse the trend. That is specifically that Cote d'Ivoire is doing alongside other countries, whilst some are focusing on reducing energy emissions from fossils. Others like us are focusing on the forest. But the underlying factor is to think global and act locally. And if we do not act locally, the fact that Cote d'Ivoire is unable to restore its forest would have a global impact. And that is the reason edge of our sitting around this room here and now today. And so we are back to, we are really focusing on restoring our forests, and government has committed in the medium term to restore at least 20% of its forest cover. In the meantime, we have obviously to pursue agriculture, forest culture, and which is the backbone of our country, and has shifted how we grow cocoa. So we have a new forest policy that has been established, a new forest management code that indeed seeks to achieve the target in 20 or 30 years to save our forest, and yes, we can. And government, under the National Development Plan, has under Pillar 5 given allotted huge resources to fight climate change, and also to ensure that local communities can be supported. And at the regional level is to, cascade this down to local governments, and we are seeking to ensure that all regions and local governments have a climate change and adaptation plan. We know that Côte d'Ivoire has, adopted cocoa plant. So new nurseries are not sold. They've discontinued new cocoa plantations. So have you started in earnest restoration of the forest? Even if it is 0.1% under the FIP, our target is 5 million hectares approximately, and as I speak, we are at 2 million hectares, and we have now received the FIP2, and I said in the next 20 years we need to restore at least 20% of our forest cover. Mr. Kwadjo, this is a money discussion. I'm talking about money here. So in terms of funding, we are relying on our nationally determined contributions under the adaptation focus that has forestry. We have projected about $12 billion, and it is to get some discount under the carbon credit to receive 3 times the commitment made in 2015, and that was at 10 million tons of sequestered carbon. So if we intend to restore 20% of the forest, what does that translate into money terms? Let's say we intend to replant trees and we want to restore 10% of our trees. What is the cost in monetary terms, and over what period for that to achieve that reforestation target? So when this initiative was launched in 2019, it was initially earmarked at 700 billion in order to restore 20% of this forest cover in 20 years. Did the partners follow through? When we hosted COP15 on combating desertification, some partners pledged to fund approximately 2 billion CFA. The 700 billion is the overall figure for Côte d'Ivoire through 2030, and that is 700 billion needed to, restore the 20%, and some partners pledged support worth 20 billion to help us initiate the process. I understand that this requires a large amount of money, and beyond the money, I'd like to know, and Gareth may help here, what is the economic model to mobilize this funding, and we have to ensure that we have a return on the investment. What are the various models available to generate such large amounts of money? And I hope that a good chunk of this money that hopefully grants, we would like to understand if they are loans or not. And after Gareth works us through, then I'll give the opportunity to the audience to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're really getting down to the details now. Grants or loans for planting trees. This is very challenging to mobilize these kinds of money. And let me just clarify, I guess that's 700 billion CFA. It's not $700 billion, it's 700 billion CFA, yes. Okay, so about $100 billion to replant 20% of the area. So I think, the conventional answer to this would be to say that this could be financed through the carbon markets, through planting trees that sequester carbon that are then sold, that carbon is effectively sold to developed countries who use it to justify continued emissions. Now, I personally have some problems with that approach. First of all, we've been trying to do it for a long time. This idea of planting trees to offset carbon has been going for as long as I've been working in this space, which is nearly 30 years, and it hasn't really succeeded. Secondly, I don't think that it is acceptable to say that developed countries can continue living their lifestyle just because they pay for some trees to be planted here. For me, that doesn't add up. It's too easy. These companies and these consumers in developed countries, they need to take the steps to reduce their own emissions. They can't just pay for them to be done somewhere else. And thirdly, there's a huge inequity developing here because you see in Gabon, they already have the trees, and they're trying to get people to pay them because they've got the trees stored here. And now Côte d'Ivoire is going to say, we cut our trees down, we benefited from the sale of the timber, we've been growing plantations, making money from that, we've built our infrastructure, and now we're going to get paid because we're going to replant the trees. So there's going to be some very difficult decisions to make around that. So those are some of the reasons why I personally don't think that the carbon market is the best way to go about this. And what I would propose, and my colleagues and I are working on this at the African Development Bank, and I mentioned this adaptation benefits mechanism, it's to look at some of these assets through a lens of adaptation. The Paris Agreement calls for a balance in financing of adaptation and mitigation. And when you look at the Carbon Policy Institute's global climate finance landscape, you can see that about 95% of the money that goes into climate change goes into mitigation, and only 5%, I think maybe it's 10%, anyway, it's a very small percentage, goes into adaptation. And if we could convince developed countries and consumers that they need to contribute towards the costs of adaptation as well as mitigation, then it could start to make more funds flow towards paying for some of these afforestation assets and forest protection and so on the basis of adaptation rather than mitigation. And I think that that is an angle that we need to pursue, and we need to elevate that discussion, that argument, up to the senior decision makers and the presidents and the prime ministers, so that this is an approach that they say to developed countries, you have to start contributing towards the costs of adaptation. You're doing stuff for mitigation, but you need to pay for adaptation as well. And I think if we could make adaptation, if we could make money available under the heading of adaptation, then you could say protecting these forests is important for adaptation because we're protecting the biodiversity, and planting these forests is important for adaptation because we are securing livelihoods, we're making communities and households economically stronger, we're helping them climb out of poverty and stay out of poverty because we're giving them real sources of sustainable income. So for me, those are reasons why we should approach these challenges through the lens of adaptation with mitigation co-benefits rather than thinking them as mitigation alone.
Merci, Gareth.
Thank you, Gareth. Thank you, everyone. I will now give an opportunity to the audience to ask questions, and please be concise, to the point, so that we have many persons speaking. We heard somebody, charming young lady, moving around with a mic. Can we have her back? So I'll give the opportunity to someone who hasn't spoken those who have had an opportunity to speak will speak after those who haven't spoken. So the gentleman right behind there has not had the floor. So over to you.
I am Cholo Bukingo. I come from Cameroon. Sorry. I'm the observer to the Forest Investment Program for Africa and the Middle East to SIF. So I just wish to cite the example by the last speaker about Gabon and Cote d'Ivoire. That the Cote d'Ivoire example is that they get their forest, sell their forest, sell their timber, and make money, and we need money again to replant the forest. And the Gabon example is they preserve the forests, and they need money to keep the forest. These two scenarios mean a lot in terms of reducing greenhouse gases and improving the lives of the people within the forest communities. I'll have to bring to you my Cameroon example.
If you can make the miracle of being short, it will be a blessing for all of us.
Now, what I'm talking about, we are talking about reducing greenhouse gases. I don't think whether there's any community which we want to plant trees and at the same time produce greenhouse gases. So it's a little bit contradictory from what he said, that if we are talking about reducing greenhouse gases and improving the lives of the communities, then I don't think there's any community which we want to reduce the greenhouse, then at the same time, doing the reverse. Now, what we are doing in Cameroon, what I personally am doing in Cameroon, and I've spoken to many other African countries since I was selected the chief observer, that what we do is that there are plantations, cocoa farms which were planted in the 60s. They are not producing again. The soils have degraded a lot. What we can do is to rehabilitate these farms, and make sure that additional income is gotten by these same farmers in the same piece of land without necessarily cutting down other forests to gain new forest lands. Now, we have tested this in my community in Kumbaya, and it has really worked. For the current moment, we're working with the Meme River Forest Reserve, which has a community forest. In this community forest, there are over 3,000 cocoa farmers who are facing these challenges of low production, low productivity, and other challenges. Now, we are going to cut the old cocoa trees, but we plant new cocoa trees and other endemic tree species.
Question, when did you start this project? When?
When?
Yes.
My own project?
Yes. Yes.
In 2000.
2000,
yes. It's about 20 years ago.
And it worked well?
Very well.
And the soil of this old plantation is still fertile?
It's still fertile, okay. Because the cocoa pods themselves are very rich. They have very rich biomass, and they enrich the soil. They facilitate the growth of other lower plants and animals, okay, like snails. And here for example, in Cameroon, the population eats a lot of snails. If these lower plants grow very well, other crops like mushrooms, lower plants like peas will do very well in this situation.
You know what, in Cote d'Ivoire we also have very old cocoa plantations, but they cut and they put rubber instead.
Yeah, it depends on
I will say thank you to you.
Yes.
Thank you for your contribution.
Okay.
Thank you so much. If I say thank you, you have to thank him by your applause. That's a movement where we have to think. So, on avait une dame derrière qui avait levé la main.
There was a lady right behind who had raised her hand. Good afternoon. My name is Awusi Delphine, Chair of the Malebi Association, and I'll be delighted to host you on the visit to Dimeko. We are happy to know that we will be seeing you tonight. I couldn't agree more with the IMF rep in Gabon to say that the financing to Africa is marginal, and that what rural women receive as financing is like a grain of sand in the wide ocean. And my association is a network of women across 20 countries of women managing forests, because single-handedly you will not make it in your country. So we decided to pool our efforts. The 20 million trees we seek to plant are beyond trees. We want to include food crops. We seek to process the crops and hope that the non-timber wood products picked by women are processed, and we seek to collaborate with university research. And if we put all of this together, I believe that the African Development Bank may be able to support the initiative and finance African women. And my advocacy precedes question. I would like to find out if we have been funded by SIF, and I would like the bank to review its workings to ensure that rural women are also important in forestry. She has given an idea of the workforce and also the nurseries. I am not good at converting into dollars, but after all the case I have made, I believe that the African Development Bank can do something for the women. And let me answer emphatically by yes, that Côte d'Ivoire will be able to restore its forest, and you see that tomorrow.
Évidemment, il faut que vous écriviez.
Thank you very much. You need to write down, because that is one round of questions, and if I do not manage time well, we won't have time. My question is simple. Please tell me whether Costa Rica at the end of the day is a model, because I attend several events and seldom hear about Costa Rica. I seem to be the only person saying this, that Costa Rica has restored everything it lost and has actually done more. And when we talk about this, they believe that I am trying to promote my business and that nature conservation has become a business. If Costa Rica is a model, why don't we have a program? Why is it not mentioned as a reference by entities like the African Development Bank? Yes, sir, you raised your hand. I'm going to speak in French, because my question is directed to the Côte d'Ivoire representative to have further clarification on the climate law, which is under, enactment, and without a legal and regulatory framework, it is difficult to deal with, the carbon in forestry. I am in the cocoa sector, and the impediment generally is a lack of a regulatory framework, and so we have to rely on non-objections at each project, and it would have been nice to have a regulatory framework in Côte d'Ivoire, as is the case in Gabon. Thank you. I would like to give the floor to the representative of Niger, and I fully understand now why the Zambian minister talked about they working on the legal framework. Proceed. Thank you. I have a problem. I would like to hear from the panelists. First of all, I'm an urban planner. I'm not an environmental advocate, but by dint of working in the sector, I have become more acutely aware. In fact, I like the NPC, which will be the focus in the coming days, and I like it because it's all about nature, people, and climate. And when you hear all the talk about forestry, they talk about planting trees. To me, that's not nature. Planting trees for large-scale projects is not nature conservation. And so, as a planner, mine is people-centered, and the people and the ecosystems are inseparable. I would like also to talk about investing in nature for people to find the services generated by the ecosystem, and that is what we're talking about. The ecosystem provides so many benefits to people. They could be medicinal. Some have a direct cultural link with nature. They actually engage nature, and all of that is part of service provision. And living nature as is, and when you look at biodiversity, it is a living process, and it drives our agriculture. This is nothing new to you, but when we're talking about comprehensive projects, we're talking about deforestation for the purpose of large-scale industrial projects, and in all our work we are not restoring. Let's follow the Gabon example and set conditions to ensure that people can find meaning and benefits in the forest, and that is what is impactful. And as experts, I would like you to, shed some light as I labor under the burden of understanding. We cannot be talking about nature, people, and climate, and when at the same time we are working hard to export timber. Thank you. Unfortunately, I won't be able to do it. I had promised my friend who is behind. Where were you? So you didn't ask your question to the first panel, so it is your time. Thank you for the floor. I am the national coordinator of the Pan-African Climate Justice Association. So regarding the question on how to finance projects or mobilize financing, we feel that the first challenge is information, because today there are several funds and grants available, but several civil society organizations are not aware of the grants. If they are not aware, how do they submit project proposals? Secondly, even when they are informed, they lack the capacity to submit projects that meet those requirements. Hence the need for capacity building. So I would like to appeal to the organizations with the requisite funding for targeted capacity building. We have about 50 civil society organizations. So if you were to get in touch with us about funding available on our side, we will be able to bring on board civil society organizations that would potentially receive the funding. Now, talking about mangroves, believe you me, because of land developments, the mangroves are receding, and women are using mangroves to smoke fish. And so I would like to appeal to the representative of Cote d'Ivoire who is here to make sure that the easements are complied with. You know that there's a 10-meter and 15-meter easements that are to be complied with, and developments go all the way to the mangrove, destroying the biodiversity. Thank you. We've heard you out. So technically, I could not even hear the panelists. But since we are in your hands, would you like us to proceed or not? Yes, I see one hand here. So 4 hands. Panel, could we proceed? Very well. 3 minutes. So, 3 minutes for each question. Out of 10 questions would mean 30 minutes. So, what I can promise is that I will take down your questions, but I cannot promise that your questions will be responded to in the order that they were posed.
Alors, ce qu'on va faire, on va donner le micro à la dame. Et ensuite...
Let's give the floor to the lady before the 2 gentlemen. I might do this in English because this question is directed to Phillips.
English, maybe it's easier also for me to ask the question in English. So you were putting forward this adaptation benefits mechanism, if I get it well. So when looking at for this quickly on the internet, I can mainly see that it was in its pilot phases until this year. So I wanted to know what is the status now and what is the plan for the future, and if there is a plan indeed for scaling up this initiative. Thank you.
What an effective question. Thank you. Next, oui, nous avons 2 autres intervenants. Oui, on va prendre les questions.
There are two other persons may ask questions. We have a lady who raised her hand. My question goes to Gabon. Because we have almost the same problem. You know that forestry zones are zones where people are very poor. Very poor. People are very poor in forest areas. Now we're trying in forest areas. The program talks about reforestation, but we forget the essential thing, that is a fight against poverty. Because so long as those communities are not safe economically, they will continue to undertake activities that impact the forest. So the issue is, what is the experience of Gabon? Because in the north of Congo, first of all, you have protected areas, you have forest concessions, and within their community development units for the local communities, just for them to survive. So we have extreme poverty. So things are not changing, because tomorrow they'll continue to deforest. So now let me put the question to the financiers. We are conserving forests. But to conserve it, we also need to take loans to conserve them. So this is one of the things we need to discuss, because what is the impact? Because the countries will not always go to make themselves indebted in order to conserve, whereas they could have carried out economic development that would have impacted their communities. So this is a government policy that we need to address. So I'm talking to Gabon to see what the experience is. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. My name is Mr. Kamga, and I represent the International Organization of Experts and Consultants for Development. I am going to piggyback on the financing aspects. I heard the representative of the bank that talked about the difficulty, the challenge in financing projects because of the small amounts that are usually involved or that those projects ask for. We are an international organization that accompany or support almost in all African countries the various states and the civil society as well in mobilizing funds for projects in various areas. We have experience at the level of the medical field where we had that same problem. That is, the projects that were presented required very low amounts. So we tried to standardize, and we came up with the franchises and the projects that we developed in Côte d'Ivoire, for instance. We replicate the same projects for all African countries in which we intervene, such that the amount required by the ADB, for instance, for this project becomes acceptable. Well, we have understood. So what you can do for one country, you do the same thing for all the other countries. Now, is it well, when the NGOs that are working on us, when they send out their projects to us, we as experts, we bring them to the standards of international organizations that finance them. And if the problem is that of the amount, we're going to have as many projects as countries. From the moment that it becomes a global problem, since deforestation affects all countries, I think that if we try to adapt this to the various countries in which we operate, we can reach the amounts required by the ADB in order to raise a comprehensive package to operate in those countries. Thank you, Mr. Kamga. Thank you. I think the message has been understood. For the next time, if the questions last as long as the answers, then things will be bad. So try to make your questions as brief as possible so that we also have a brief answers. Well, I haven't given you the floor, but since I am forced to do so, especially as we are in March, well, I'll be very short in my question. And this has to do with financing. It was said that Africa receives less financing than other continents. My country is to know what is the root cause of this unequal distribution of funds. Secondly, I would like to know if there are mechanisms that have been put in place to address these inequalities. Thank you. Thank you for the efficiency of your question. First of all, are we making any progress on the regulatory front? I think we should have put things in context. Now, this will make us move fast. Côte d'Ivoire deals with nature in all areas, and the core of the Ivorian government's concern in this restoration of our forest, man is at the center, and we need to understand this. With the framework of the FIP, communities around the 8 targeted areas are the engine of the action. I agree with you. We don't want to build a new model that has shown its limitations without putting at the center, at the core, the main actor, that is man. So the two questions have been answered. Secondly, regarding the regulatory framework or the law, we have revised our forest code to take into account this concern of our forest cover. Now, concerning climate change, we are trying to draft a law that will address the issues related to the Paris agreement that we signed. So I would say that we will domesticate the framework for it to become a local law. So we will address issues, the law will address issues that have not yet been resolved. Now he's asking in what year this will be done. Well, regarding the law, we have submitted the first draft to the government. The government will analyze it, and it's a process that will take it to the National Assembly and then to the Senate for enactment. But because there are different stages. But in 1996, that is after Rio, well, we move fast. After Rio, we adopted the Code on the Environment. So we gave the pride of place to the global. There's a revision of the Environment Code, which will be adopted in April by the Parliament, and then the law on the climate change falls along the lines of this revision, and then the rest will continue, taking into account the stakeholders. Thank you. Now, will the law be available in 2023? No. Will it be adopted? No. Or we either don't know, or probably we target 2024. I agree with you, but the law is in the process of being adopted. The process of accelerating adoption thereof is on its way. It will be adopted in 2023, but it's a concern of the government, and the government is committed to put in place to adopt this law under the Paris Agreement. Well, there's also a point that was addressed concerning financing. The issue of financing is a major concern for communities, so it's important to review the models. The question that was asked there are two concerns that were raised, and it is important to review our financing mechanisms. In other words, there are global financing mechanisms, but increasingly our communities need to be involved, so we need to review this with our international institutions. That is the mechanisms for financing small projects, which sometimes have significant impacts. Thank you, Mr. Quadio. Please, a round of applause for him. The idea of sharing experiences, I think we have examples. If we say that this is possible, what model can we put in place like that we can feed into my analysis? Yes, finance. Since Malibi is financed, but at a low scale, because Malibi is an association, an Ivorian association. There's only one. There are many of them in Cote d'Ivoire, by the way, and there are 20 of us. So this is very important. The second concern, can the aid be financed? Now we need to know. Somebody said a short while ago, like you said, you have a dedicated grant mechanisms. In other words, are they grants or loans? Women will not be able to take loans because they want to restore nature. No, Gabon. How do Gabon live? What your feedback on your experience there in Gabon? I think it's important to recall that I'm not representative of the government of Gabon, but of the IMF in Gabon. But I simply would like to say a little bit of what the authorities have explained to us. That is, we have to recognize that it was a national vision of the various governments that have come one after the other. The policy on the forest conservation started in Gabon when people were not talking about it. That's in 1972. So it's been virtually 50 years when this idea of conserving the biodiversity, climate, and the forest was born in Gabon. We should recognize that today it's become increasingly difficult to find this balance between conserving the forests and taking care of the needs of the community, because as you can imagine, the economic environment has changed, and the population has grown, and the needs are higher. And today, in Gabon, we have the man and elephant conflict, where the need to conserve the forest have deprived the population from the elephants. And I must point out that today Gabon has more elephants than Cote d'Ivoire. Today the population of elephants has increased so much that finally these elephants are creating challenges for the population, because they destroy the crops of the population. of the indigenous populations living in those forests. So to answer your question, yes, there has been a whole policy of conservation, a whole culture that was developed, but increasingly it's becoming difficult. So we need to have a paradigm shift. Thank you very much.
I want to answer more. I made notes. So let me start. The gentleman from Cameroon, I think we're saying the same thing. We want to support the recreation, the rehabilitation of cocoa plantations, and indeed one of our projects in the adaptation benefits mechanism is about restoring cocoa through agroforestry technologies. And our point is that you can look at this as from a carbon point of view with adaptation co-benefits, but we think it can also be sold as adaptation with mitigation or carbon co-benefits, and that's an angle that we think we should exploit. Delphine from Malawi, I think you asked, can we do something for women? FDB does a huge amount for women already. We have a big gender program. We have money from Canada, which comes with very strong gender requirements. They have a positive, affirmative feminist policy to support their development programs. So we have quite a lot of activities, and under the Africa Climate Change Fund, ACCF, we had our last call for proposal was funded by Canada, and we're particularly helping women and youth groups to build capacity and get more involved in these things. And I mean, it goes back to what we said at the start about how important women were in addressing the issue of climate change. And Cecile, well, I wanted to also add, women are better paying back loans statistically, and they channel more of the money back into the household and the community than men. I'm sorry, guys, we don't do a very good job at those things. So there, it's really important we work more and support more women. Gentleman in the hat, yes, Costa Rica is a tremendous example. They have a huge ecotourism industry. They have really managed to sell that. They have tremendous national parks. You may not know, but Costa Rica goes from sea level in the Atlantic over high mountains to sea level of the Pacific. So they have a huge range of biodiversity and tremendous things to see. But Africa has assets that are of equal quality and value. Costa Rica has been working for a long time. In fact, my first exposure to carbon was in 1997 when I went there to quantify the deforestation rates in the national parks, and we've been trying to monetize that carbon ever since. So they have a 30-year head start on some of the things that we're trying to do here. So they're a great role model. Dan Bakoy from Mali, I don't want you to think that I was suggesting that we were clearing forests for plantations. The point I was trying to make is that there is scope for plantations within a landscape. It is very important that we plant trees to take the pressure off our remaining natural forests, because that demand is there and it is building. More and more African countries are net importers of wood, and when you're importing wood, it means that whatever trees there are also at risk. So it's really important that we protect our remaining biodiversity and we take the pressure off by planting additional trees. And they can be a very good business. It generates a lot of revenue, it creates a lot of work, it's good jobs for women and youth, and it has all these downstream benefits, investment into processing, and it's going to be essential for building the cities that we need. And my colleague from PACCHA, we very much support the targeted capacity building. You know, we have the Africa Climate Change Fund that gives small grants for building capacity, for accessing or building readiness to access climate finance, amongst other things. And our next call for proposals from the Africa Climate Change Fund will focus on technical assistance and capacity building around methane emissions, because methane is a critical greenhouse gas that's having a huge impact on the environment, and actually Africa is not very well placed to tackle methane emissions. They're likely to increase significantly from urbanization, and we need to raise awareness and get the right technologies in place. Madame, thank you for asking me about the adaptation benefits mechanism. I only have a couple of minutes, so I can't say much, but let's talk afterwards. Indeed, we launched the pilot phase, and we had planned to finish it this year in time for the global stocktake, but COVID came along and disrupted our progress, so we've extended it for 2 more years. We have pilot projects, we have some methodologies that are under approval. Our next, what we really want to do now is create what we call the African Adaptation Benefit Fund, which would be a fund of maybe $30 to $50 million that would sign purchase agreements for certified adaptation benefits. And that would provide a revenue flow that would enable project developers to borrow money from a bank or from a development bank to build their project and then deliver the adaptation benefits. And that kind of comes under the question I know was directed to Gabon, but it was about how to repay the loans for doing these activities. And what we're trying to do is repay these loans either with carbon revenues, and we're also proposing that they could be repaid with revenues from the sale of adaptation benefits in the same way. Scaling up across countries, the gentleman from the consulting organization, it brings its own challenges. I agree scaling up in programmatic approaches is very good, but when you go from one country to another, they have a different credit rating, for example, and so they don't get the same conditions in terms of being able to access money. Maybe the priorities aren't the same for those countries, and so it doesn't get the same level of support. It can go both ways. It can be a way to scale up, but it can also bring additional problems and complications to money. And finally, Madam in the green, I didn't get your name. You asked about the root causes of the unequal distribution and what we can do about it. I would say that the best way to address this is to focus on the Paris Agreement and the formal documentation that's there. The long-term strategies, the NDCs and the national adaptation plans. This is the place to clearly indicate what projects need support and to say, we have 30,000 farmers that need support to transition to climate resilient agriculture by 2030. We have 15 kilometers of coastline that is eroding badly and needs the mangroves to be re-established. And we have a demand for 200 megawatts of solar power to be installed by 2030. If you lay out these targets very clearly like this, then you're in the best position to attract finance to support those kinds of activities. And the Paris Agreement provides that framework for doing that. And if you don't do that, you're going to lose out, because there are plenty of other countries that are making a very good job of doing that, and they're presenting those proposals to the donors, and the donors will go to those countries. So it's really critical that we build on those Paris Agreement documentation. Thank you.
Amazing. Alors, mesdames, messieurs.
Ladies and gentlemen, so do we have money? Is there money to protect the mangroves? Yes. Is there money? Yes. If you have small projects, you want to carry them out in several countries, is there money for that? Yes. Is there money for women? Yes. It's even desirable that we give money to women because they preserve the environment. Is there money at the level in Gabon? Yes, this is what Gabon is having. Can Côte d'Ivoire do reforestation? Yes, we have an example in Dimoko, and you can go there, we'll see what is being done there. Now, does CIF finance? Yes, through FIP. So the mitigation strategies, can they be financed? Yes. Adaptation? Yes. Mitigation and adaptation? Yes. Yes and yes, ladies and gentlemen, this panel has finished its work, and I would like to thank all the panelists. And I would like to request that you stay put because there are some housekeeping matters that Emmanuel will come and talk to us about in a few words. Or is she going to give the closing address? Because if she does, we will not be speaking. Nobody will take the floor again. So we're going to listen to you. We leave the rostrum as panelists, and then we come back for the closing. First of all, the name is Emmanuel Kwasi of Steve. I really would like to thank all of you for the long trip you made from your countries to here. So as far as the continuation of the event is concerned, after this panel, I'll give you some housekeeping notes. I think we'll have a reception this evening and then resume the deliberations tomorrow morning. So the first thing is Madame Duarte will come and make the closing speech. We had a wonderful day, and I think we'll continue tomorrow with the field visits, and then on Wednesday and Thursday we'll have sessions with different partners of ASIF. So after Mrs. Mafalda Duarte, Well, I am sorry, I have a piece of information. There is some things to fine tune. Or can we take advantage of this? To take a picture like that, we will gain some time. So the panel members, can you try so that we take a group picture? Thank you very much for your precious contributions. Thank you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc,
thank you very much. So we'll let the panelists go. So I'll repeat what I said earlier. So Madam Mafara will be closing today's morning, and I will have important piece of news to the effect that the Minister of Environment will come and open the stands that we have here. And the second thing that I wanted to say is that, well, tomorrow we'll be going to the field and we'll ask you, most of you are here in the Radisson Hotel. I will request that you eat well this evening. This is important. First of all, from 6 p.m. we will have a reception to tell you Akwaba or welcome to Côte d'Ivoire, and after the reception we'll have some good local music, so we'll be ready because there will be some traditional dances. That is by the pool side, so don't leave. We'll have a reception for you at 6 p.m. this evening by the pool side. That's for one. Two, as I said earlier, for the opening of the stand, the Minister of Environment will come back here to visit a few stands, and the stands actually show that they have the SIF experience, and I think they'll be there to share the experience of 5 countries of SIF that designed the investment programs, that implemented them in the course of the years, and they've had very good outcomes. And they've had lots of impact, and so they have experiences that they would like to share with you. So we'll go to those stands. When they will open, we'll spend about 2 hours in those booths. You will visit the stands in turn, get information from each country, and it's also important to network. It's important to have connections so that countries can have exchanges between themselves. We'll have new NPC countries. We'd like them to get in contact with each other, and we will be sharing the information that we have. So it's important that you use that time to exchange contacts, to network. That's for one. And after that, we'll go and eat, because we need to eat since morning we've been here. We've shared experiences, which is a very good thing, but we need to go and eat too. And after that, so after this evening's buffet, we will go to the field, and this is very important. And we will leave very early, so I'll advise you that in the evening, after having eaten well, you dance some, and you sleep well, because we're leaving tomorrow at 6:30 a.m. to go to the field, which means that from 6 o'clock latest, you must have, well, we agree with the hotel that those who get up early from 5 o'clock, 5:30 can take their breakfast. From 6:15, everybody should have gathered at the lobby. I repeat, everybody must have assembled in front of the meeting room, because we're going to Dimoko. We'll visit the women of the Malibi Association and the forestry program that they've put in place there. So the road is good. You'll see it. The only difference is that in Abidjan there is lots of traffic jams, so we need to leave Abidjan before people start going to work. So sleep well and get up very early so that we can leave, because if we leave Abidjan early, all of us will be there in time. So right now we're putting various things together to see to it that you can eat on our way to the field. So tomorrow morning, make sure that you are ready by 6:15 to enter the buses, because we'll leave these premises at 6:30. So this is very important. Tomorrow, Dimakro is also called Baole Town, and it's very hot there. So I would like that you should dress accordingly. It's true it will be a field visit, but you'll be outside, so you should be dressed casually. You should be relaxed in your dressing because it's very cold. Well, we've provided for certain things that will make you a little more comfortable, but we'll spend a pleasant day outdoors tomorrow. But after Dimakro, we'll go to Azagi, which is not too far from Abidjan. So we're leaving very early so that we are not caught up in the traffic jams that we have generally early in the morning in Abidjan. So we'll go and visit the plantation and see the biodiversity that is here. So these are the two sites that we're going to visit tomorrow. And all I'm requesting of you is that this evening that you eat well, dance well, and sleep well, so that tomorrow we'll get up early in the morning to leave for those field visits.
If you have any vegetarians, they will be catered to. Get in touch with the mayor. She has vegetarian dishes available, so we hope everybody will make it on the trip tomorrow. We would like to go visit all the amazing things these women have been doing. I'll now call on the CEO of CIF for her concluding remarks to this very beautiful day of today.
You know how it is when ministers are involved. So we are waiting for the Minister of Environment of Côte d'Ivoire to open the knowledge fair booths over there. There's not a lot that I'm going to say new now that I didn't say earlier on. This was a very interesting morning. In fact, it's not morning anymore. It's already past. It's way beyond morning. And probably many of you are looking forward to have a nice lunch. But hopefully it was a good start of the 4 days. And as Emmanuel was saying, hopefully this afternoon as well, before the cocktail, you'll have the chance to interact with each other, see the booths. Our friend from Niger was already saying, come and see and learn from the transformational impact and all of the work that they've been doing there. And in other countries is the same. So really, as to reiterate what I said in the morning, I really hope that you can get a lot from this, practical experiences. This is one of the things that we always hear often when we seek feedback about these type of events and workshops, of trying to get colleagues to share experiences and have other experts speak, is about the practical experiences, the how-to, not just the what, but the how-to. How did you get to achieve, how the different countries got to achieve what they did, and the results they have attained, and how they are thinking about that going forward. So with that, I don't want to delay this closure of this morning session any further. I thank you all very much. I wish you a pleasant afternoon of exchanges, and look forward to seeing you in the cocktail later today, but also in the field visit tomorrow, which is always one of my favorite parts of this type of engagements, actually looking at in reality what is happening and talking to the communities. So thank you very much.
Les casques de traduction, vous les laissez sur place. Merci pour tout.
Yes, now I am doing all sorts of tasks. I'm told that you can go and grab lunch while we are waiting for the minister to then open the knowledge fair.
Merci, vous pouvez aller manger rapidement le temps que le ministre revienne pour ouvrir les stands. Merci.
Yeah. bumi kajina senama miya miya ma kache yele nung eliam rigo zeo zeo ale ya zeo ale sasia akatekwa tazu plane ale ya titarema tu déconnes. C'est moi le celle que tu es belle.